3, 2, 1. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another late night here on the interwebs, talking about comics and other stuff that's loosely related to comic books. And joining me, as always, is my partner in crime, the RDV. Don't ask him what it stands for. He may or may not tell you. And also crashing the party is the one, the only. Well, he's got many different clones, but this is the Zach. What do we call you, Zach Richmond? Richards?
Zach Prime.
Richardson?
Richardson. Rich. I don't care. Just don't
I
call
don't
me
even
late
know.
for dinner, and
Oh, my
don't call me
goodness.
and don't call me Richard
You're
because the
way
other
too
Richard
young to use that
took my
joke.
name. What's going on, everybody?
Surely you weren't raised in a basement for the past 50 years, were you?
No, we don't have basements in Louisiana. They fled too easily. True story. There are no houses in Louisiana with basements for that very reason.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
It
I
solved
suppose we have the technology to make that. You could make like a sealed basement.
Maybe.
Well,
Nobody's done it that I know of, but
people
could.
Probably prohibitively expensive.
Probably.
People also forget that the ground shifts.
That's also true.
So you could get cracker base and wall and it starts filling with water because it's all swamp where they live.
Yep. It's all like South Louisiana is all below sea level. So yeah, it could. Yeah, there's a lot of houses. The ground will shift.
Speaking of stuff, when is Crawl 2 coming out?
Crawl 2. Oh, was Crawl the one about the? Oh yeah, Crawl. Was that the one with the alligator?
In the basement in Florida, the guy is legally his building.
That was See, that was the most unbelievable part of the whole movie. Not the alligator in the basement, but the fact that the guy had a basement in Florida. Like, I don't care. You're not gonna build one there because it'd flood every hurricane season.
Yeah, you can always
drive
tell
up your insurance costs
with things like that. You can always tell like when the writers are like writing out of their element, and they just like they've never been to Louisiana or anything. They just imagine like,
right.
Oh, Louisiana is just like where I live, except it's got like alligators.
Right.
Well, aren't they most writers listed Canadians anyway?
Are they? Canadians or Californians? Yeah.
A lot of shows are produced in Canada. You'd be surprised if the writers are from Canada too.
Canada.
I believe a lot of that has to do with like tax breaks and things like that. It's just getting expensive to do things in the United States because our government is strangling us. So,
yeah. Yep.
So speaking of me, I'm in California, the land where pretty soon, if you're a black person and you're living in San Francisco, you might be a millionaire. Was San Francisco's passing a law, or trying to pass a law, I should say, to give all black people $5 million. And that is not a joke. That is the clown world we live in today. But we're not here to talk about clown world. We're here to talk about comics, where things are.
I just want to let you know, man. I'm going over to San Francisco, man. I'm going to identify you as a black man, and get my money.
Yeah. You guys can all go. Now, unfortunately, see, you only have to identify as black. That's another thing. You don't have in the legislation. You don't have to actually be black. You just have to identify as black. However, you do have to have lived there. I want to say it was like 13 years or something. They had something, so you can't just move there now. But if you've been there and you identify as black, we'll see if the law they might get passed. There's no money, so these people aren't going to actually get anything. They might pass these laws. It's kind of like when Biden passed the student loan forgiveness, and everyone's like, "Yay!"
Oh
and
my gosh,
that's not happening.
This is going to be the Dave Chappelle skit. Literally, I just bought Nike.
But anyways, let's get off this. Let's talk about things that are less ludicrous than our government, and that's comic books. Oh my goodness. And video games. That's what we were talking about backstage before we launched. Apparently, RDV is not into any video game that's not first person, is what it sounds like. Am I getting that correct?
I hate Ages of Empire and Star Tropics and all that stuff. I prefer the hack slash shooter games where I could actually get either behind the person, third person, or first person. It's more. It's just much more fun for me.
I see.
If I have the strategy where I have to build like your walls and build your fences and then fight other invading armies, and so it's like to me that's like you're defeating the purpose of any game of fantasy. You're just making it where you're just like, oh, it becomes a job to me. Basically.
So if you have to think, then it's not fun.
Well, no, if you have to do like strategy like this, you might as well just become an architect and just be like, look, the guy in charge of getting supplies for everybody. You know, I think the worst the job they have is be like being an architect and then like go home and they're like, all right, I'm gonna go play a game where I have to build stuff. It's like, no. But and at least you love it though. But
Some people like building stuff. That's why Legos is probably the most popular toy ever. Um,
they're
but
more fun to destroy in front of people.
like hopes and dreams.
What are those? Oh,
Uh,
that's in Canada.
that's something. That's something I heard about once in a comic book. That's it's one of those mythical things.
There's
Um,
so many hopes and dreams and change.
so those of you guys that are here with us, thank you if you're listening in. Appreciate it. We didn't have a show last week. I wasn't feeling well, and so we're gonna do a show this week, and we're gonna do the comics that we were gonna do last week because I haven't had any comics come out for me that I've only had a couple books, and they're not books that Vankman reads because they're not first person comics. They're top down
All
view
my comics
comics.
are either third person or in first person mode.
Jay Lucian in the chat says Transformers are the greatest toys ever. I like Transformers. I like the original generation of Transformers, but I would have to say Legos are the best toy ever.
I gotta say though, if you take a stroll down through like this whole aisle, you're at Walmart or Target, all that stuff, and you look at now we're releasing Transformer toys. Some are actually based off the movie, so which were never released before. So I think that's kind of cool. Well, the problem is that they're not like die-cast metal like the original ones.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the original ones. I remember getting my
It's a,
first Transformer, and it was just metal. And now like
yeah,
they haven't done that in such a long time. Over the years I've like revisited, just because it's nostalgia, and you go in the store, you're like, oh hey, they got new Transformers, and like it's all plasticky and stuff, and I'm just shake my head and I go, oh, kids today, man,
yeah,
they're just
yeah.
missing out.
When you're little playing Transformers with your neighborhood friends, and they piss you off, you could chuck a piece of metal at their face.
Yeah, yeah, you can hurt someone by throwing a Transformer at them. Yeah, not only they're
I told
metal, but also like I had like rubber tires. They're they're like the quality toy. Um,
right? Yeah. The one I did get one, but man, I would say 10 years ago. It was like I think it was like the 60th anniversary of Optimus Prime, the movies and stuff. And it was Optimus Prime where you transform it, and it's like about from your elbow up to your fingertip. That's in that height, and it's just all metal with a little bit of plastic, and you transform from the semi truck or into the actual Optimus Prime. And then actually the back part, if is a little button, he has a matrix part, and you can hold it, and it actually glows. You know, is it? So all that was missing is the fact that he didn't have he couldn't make him drive around.
oh,
There was no like there was control. But yeah, dude, I they came out with a Unicron. Uh, that thing is like the length of your arm span, and just like the height of a beach ball,
yeah, I
and
saw a picture of it. It was
it
pretty impressive.
it transforms
The,
like
the problem though when you start doing big stuff like that is Unicron would be like the to be in scale with the rest of the Transformers, Unicron would be like the size of a small mountain. Like, like it, he's literally a planet. Um,
yeah,
so I remember that every time like they would when I was a kid, they when I was into Transformers, they had this like base that transformed and stuff, and I was like I always was like off, like I was like this doesn't feel to scale. Like, if the Transformers can't actually go in the base Like, it's weird. I always was when I was a kid. I always it could weird me out. Like I didn't like when stuff wasn't to scale. That was another thing that they did too. I don't know if you guys remember when Transformers on the original line, you could get like the main ones that were all the metal and everything, and they were kind of expensive. But then they had these other Transformers that were like much cheaper in plastic, and they were small. And that's where like
Yes.
Bumblebee comes from. Actually, Bumblebee wasn't one of the original like main Transformers. You can only get them in the mini Transformer guys. And I was like, okay. And then they launched the cartoon, which like it instituted this sort of like continuity, and like Bumblebee's one of the characters. I'm like, but Bumblebee's like when he's a robot, I can understand he's a small robot, but he transforms into a car that's not the same scale. I was like, as a
Yeah.
kid, I was like, this doesn't work.
Yeah. Bumblebee is always one of those characters, and of course they made him like in the Michael Bay, the focus of the movie, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I mean, he kind of was. Well, no, I want to say it was Hot Rod. They launched in the movie, the original '80s movie.
The '80s movie, yeah, that's because they were transitioning the line, and it was uh yeah, Hot Rod, and then he became Rodimus Prime.
Judd Nelson.
Yeah.
Kiss Kelsey, Judd Nelson from Breakfast Club was Rodimus Prime. The end.
I love that Transformers movie. I remember going as a kid. I was 13 years old, saw it in the theater with my friend, and just walking out like blown away. Just was like, oh my, because
So
the cartoon was pretty mid. It was fun because we were Transformers fans, but we all knew like they made cartoons kind of like lame because we were like, oh, they got to make it like kidified, no violence and all this stuff. And then we like saw the movie and like characters were getting killed and stuff, and we're like, oh my god. We were just
uh,
we're like, what? Like we walked out.
uh,
We just like could not believe what we saw.
so if you got the DVD of that, like a special edition DVD, it had an insert, on the left that tells you the chapters. One of the chapters, I swear to God, this is labeled swear word.
Really?
Yes, somebody singled it out when they made the chapter breakdown. It says the swear word. And
Huh.
I think that's when they say. I think they what do they say? I think they say shit or damn it.
They
I can't
say
remember what it
shit,
was.
yeah.
Yeah,
They're
that's a
trying to escape the Cybertron. Yeah, Cybertron. Yeah, they're
then
trying to escape as the Decepticons.
yeah,
And yeah, there's
yeah.
like one of the characters that says like, "Oh shit!" And I remember as a kid being like, "What did he just say?" Like, and
Yeah,
we had heard like I'd seen R-rated movies, so it wasn't like I didn't know the word, but it was weird seeing the Transformers say it. You're like, "What?"
cartoon, yeah. Eric Idle was one of the junk guy robots. They're trying to scrap him. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
Man,
it was just it was
I just
just
love that movie
crazy.
because it added stakes. You're like, dude, if you can kill
Well,
Optimus Prime, it's like open season. Like, holy
that
shit!
launched
Like, what
us. Yeah, I was
like
gonna say
because
it locked. Go ahead.
even now when you see the movies like the Michael Bay stuff, how many movies they have? Like 6, 7 movies. Like you just know they're never gonna kill Optimus Prime. So like this, even when you go in it, I'm just kind of going for the eye candy and the special effects. But it reminds me of like watching the TV show. But that movie, I was like, after they killed Optimus Prime in the beginning, I was like,
Oh,
the whole movie, I was like, no one is safe. You're like, I don't know
well,
what's gonna
so
happen.
many. Well, because of that, in the TV series, they brought him back. Like they didn't kill him off. He was
Of
still alive in TV series.
course. Well, there was a lot of
Not,
controversy of that movie because there were there were a lot of people like upset. They're like, "What?" It's like
but there.
it's
I gotta say
fine
though,
that
at the
I was like, it's
at the
fine like he's dead because that doesn't mean your toy's dead. You could still play with the toy.
yeah,
Like I just like I never understood why people were bothered by that.
at the end of the series though, the G1 series, Optimus Prime does die. He comes back as a zombie.
What?
Yes, because they were trying to push the other toys. They were trying to push Rodimus. So
Well,
like yeah, so the
that was the movie. The
yeah
movie was kind of like
yeah.
the end of the original first generation.
So yeah, they tried. They they tried to like push new leader of the primes and all. So yeah. Well, just to that point, though, in animation, no one had ever died.
Not in
That's why
not in kids TV
kids
animated.
cartoon.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, yeah. So
I
when
mean, there
GI
had
Joe
been
came out,
deaths. There had been deaths like in move
so,
like Secret of Nim or something like that.
so
But
Magic.
your regular role like TV toy tie-in stuff like He-Man, GI Joe, no one dies. Yeah, you're right.
So of course we had Voltron and everything too. Voltron, you couldn't have anybody killed. So Sven, he was just gone for the rest of the series. Like he's in a coma. Even though he pretty much was supposed to be dead, they weren't allowed to basically announce that he's died. That he's dead. So he said, "Oh, he's in a coma." And then so they had the princess become the pilot of the Blue Lion, or whatever. It was either Lancer, if I can't remember who it was. But yeah, he was supposed to be dead. And that's why she jumps in the series. And then eventually, at the end of the series, they do bring him back. He's out of the coma because I think because they realized the mistake. But when after the whole Transformers thing, after Optimus Prime was killed, so many people, kids were it's just they didn't know how to handle it. Younger kids, I guess, parents were kind of weirded out too. So they brought in GI Joe, the Rise of Cobra. Duke gets injured in the very beginning of the movie,
Yeah.
but they don't kill him off because they learned, holy crap, people could jump down your throats.
I remember watching that as a kid, and I was like, "Oh, this is lame. They're just trying to do like Transformers, but they don't have the balls to do it as good." Like me and my buddies, like I said, I was 13 years old at the time. Like me and my buddies, like we were all for it. We were like this
Yeah,
made it so much better. It felt just more realistic. Like it had stakes.
yeah.
I don't know about you, but like even when I was a kid, I'd watch these shows, and I'm like, this is lame. Like no one's ever gonna get hurt. Like it does it. It's not. I don't want to say it's not that it's not realistic. It because obviously it's Transformers. Like you're watching cartoon Transformers, but there needs to be some like plausibility to it. And I always just felt like they insulted my intelligence. Um, and seeing that movie changed my life. Like it was. I
I
love
want
that
to bring
film.
up something that Jay. Nah, thank you for watching us. He brings up. Have you guys seen the U.S. robotic self-transforming Optimus Prime? It's like $2,000. I've seen that. You push a button and it stands up, transforms, and it goes from robot to semi truck and reverse. I've seen some videos on that, and like that is cool. But if you have kids, that thing's destroyed in seconds.
I suppose.
So
I don't know. I guess that depends on how young your kid is, and
the battery died. He's stuck halfway
I
through.
I think it's worth it to at least get it and say like, to at least have it for a few minutes before your kids kill it. But
My brother-in-law, he has Transformer toys. He's kept them out of the reach of the kids because he doesn't want them breaking it. So
yeah, it used to be toys were for
put
kids.
it up on a shelf or something. It'll be
he
fine.
did.
It used,
Yeah.
it used to be toys were for kids.
Well, these are
Yeah,
his. Yeah. Well, because they don't make them anymore as far as the Transformer stuff, and he said that you can't really get replacement stuff, and he just didn't want them to be destroyed. They were his
No,
childhood.
like I don't know about you guys. Maybe you guys are in a different generation, but when I was a kid, adults did not have toys. That
Oh no.
was like
No.
it was even kind of rare for teenagers to have toys. Like as a 13-year-old still being into Transformers, like I had friends that were still in it, but I also had friends that were like, I don't play with toys anymore. Like that was so nowadays I look back at it and just seeing like people in their 40s or even sometimes even older, like I just getting into like, I'm like, that's weird to me. I still appreciate them. I
Yeah.
mostly for me, like I don't really have any. I have a few like I got my little Funko Pops or a few like I have a few things, but they're mostly just knickknacks. They're more like decoration than toys. It's just and
Right.
Well, you lost yourself in the move, didn't you?
I did have to throw away. I not that I had a ton of stuff, but I had a few things. Like I had the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle action figures.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I had all four plus
Which are worth
Splinter.
money.
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, they're probably worth money. I just tossed them. I'm like, oh, good lord. And I had my favorite Transformer, um, which was Jetfire. Um,
Oh, okay.
It wasn't
was
Magnus, or was it?
no, Jetfire's my. I mean, Optimus Prime is my favorite. Like, well, probably as like a character. I like him, especially from the movie, man.
Yeah.
When Optimus Prime shows up and fucking throws the shit down on Megatron when Megatron's attacking him on Earth, and he's like, "It's time to end this," and he just starts. I was like, "Damn!" From that moment on, Optimus was my favorite. But as an actual toy, like to play with and stuff, Jetfire was just the coolest, and it was funny because they modeled it. It was basically a Valkyrie jet fighter from Robotech. It was the exact same thing, which I was a huge Robotech fan too. So that's probably why that was my favorite because I could play with it as either or. Um, but it was just a cool looking toy.
Even like adult toys. What?
Well, no, I look like what you said though. Like I remember being a kid and like, yeah, grown-ups didn't have toys. Like the closest thing I had my dad's friends, the closest thing that they would have that I think they would consider in the same ballpark would be like power tools or like like hunting equipment or sports equipment.
My dad
Like,
hung on to his
yeah.
stuff though, because he had like the original train sets that came out, which are worth a
Oh,
lot of
really?
money. He looked this way. It's like, if I ever have to, I can sell these things, for cash. Like he's got a mint, but he doesn't
Hmm.
play with them. No, like I don't play. I still have a lot of my action figures when I was younger. I don't play with them, but I was like, if I ever need to sell anything, I'm like, look, got some cool toys, man. I could sell because because eBay opened that door. There's always people looking to buy the toys they had in their childhood.
That is true.
Now,
That is true.
I think it's my generation that spawned that because
yes,
I
it
know
is.
there's a lot of nerds. There's just a lot of nerds from my generation that did it, and then of course then they had kids. Um, so the early part of Gen X had millennials. The later part of Gen X and some early millennials have Gen Z, and so nowadays people are
Whoa.
used to like that. It's like what used to be ultra nerdy is now like normal.
I'm looking at Jay's comment. He's just said when he turned 11, his folks made him donate his Transformer toys to his sister's gross yard sale. They made you get rid of your toys when you turned 11. That's horrendous. I'd be like, Dad, go you sell the car if you want to support your daughter.
That's kind of how it was though. Like in my generation, as you grew up and you started becoming like a teenager, your parents would just be like, "Okay, let's get rid of this shit." And they would
Hmm.
like push you away from clinging to your toys. And at the time, I was like, "Nah, man, I'm just gonna be a kid forever," type thing. But I kind of reflect back on it, and I see like what it's kind of done to society. I don't think in a vacuum it's a bad thing, but we now kind of, especially in the Western world, we live in a society where people aren't growing up, and
Yeah. I
we
had
could
those
use more
original.
adults.
I had the original. Like they came out in the 90s. It was the Teenage Mutant Turtles. They had the four of them each turtle, and they're like 2 feet tall or like a foot tall or over those ones, and they could do the movable arm stuff. And it came with the action figure as far as like they came with actually the swords, the nunchucks, or whatever. And I sold as a garage sale, probably four for $20. Yeah, I cried when I looked at them up the other night. They are close to 100 to $400, $100 a piece probably. Yeah, yeah. People
Yeah.
want, and then if you have the box, nuts just over the box.
So I
I
got
don't
up
know.
on the screen.
Oh, the
I
transform,
got
yeah.
the Prime auto converting robot from Hasbro.
I know. I think it came out
Flagship
last year, I
collector's
think.
edition. It's $1,000.
Yep. For
I
two
just,
thousand, I can get a proton pack.
I just, as cool as this is, like if someone had this and I went over their house, I'd mess with it for a little bit. I just can't see spending $1,000 on this.
If I had Bill
That
Gates'
seems
money,
like a
I could.
lot, yeah. Oh
If
yeah,
I
if
had,
you had Bill Gates money, yeah.
Even if
I
I had
mean,
Bill
shoot.
Gates money, I just, I don't know. I think I could do. I'm not trying to
like,
sound like some great
well,
saint or anything, but I just would feel
you
guilty like having $1,000 on this and then like seeing people starving on the street.
Like, I
You
would,
know?
for me personally, it'd be like Brewster's Millions, you know, all the giant toys and stuff. I'd be buying stuff, and yeah, and then
Like
I'd
I
be
said,
like, okay, yeah,
this is cool.
Uh,
Like I think I appreciate it. It's neat if someone else owned it and I could go to their house and like play with it for a little bit. I would feel satisfied. I'd be like, okay, I got my fill. I wouldn't need to have it in my house. Like I think,
kidding me, I wouldn't touch it if somebody else's. I'd be afraid of breaking it.
well, hopefully it's not that flimsy. Um,
Well, I know. Sorry, bro. I didn't. Oh crap! The arm just broke off.
yeah, man, $1,000, $2,000. I don't know if this is the same one that you guys were talking about when you said 2,000, but
Hey, look, he's transforming, and he falls off the table. Oh shit!
onto tile floor.
Exactly. Like most of my toys have had him fall on tile floor, and you know what happens.
Ugh.
Dude, there's such a difference if something falls onto carpeted floor versus tile. Falls on
Dude, they go sliding all over the place if you're on tile. Like they end up under like counters or
well,
like
not just
they go
that, they
slide across the
shatter.
room.
There's no impact absorption.
Mm.
So, yeah, like I dropped an iPad once, tile, shattered. You can drop it on carpet all day long, like no big
Dude,
deal.
if I had Gates money, I would fund to get all the Transformer lamps that transform. When Autobots roll out, they all transform at the same time. That's what I want. It's on voice command. Like,
Now, it'd be really cool is if this thing was like remote control, so you could like drive it around. You
Yeah.
know, so it'd be out in the street and just like driving around and then hit a button and it transformed into a robot and then it would like walk. That would be badass. But even still, then it would just be like a novelty. Like it's a lot of money for a novelty. That's all I'm saying. Um,
yeah, I got that die-cast metal one, so you have to do it yourself. But it's freaking heavy though, so I don't have to worry about it breaking.
there's supposed to be a
But
video of him transforming, is what Jay is saying.
yeah, in the video, he goes from Optimus Prime to female Optimus Prime. They add on boobs. You ever seen that? I think it was Robot Checker who it was, but they had like Megatron
The dream robot
decided to get
Robosyn's
bolt-on boobs.
auto
You can't hit me off this Prime. I'm a woman now. I have rights. It's like fuck. You're canceled.
Well, buddy, not so sure about the power.
Uh,
Got him up
Because
on
you
here. I
have
got
a
a little
bigger
video
brother.
going on. Apparently he talks
Yeah, look at that.
too? Or they have a
Yeah.
voiceover.
Hey, Optimus Prime.
I'd be a voiceover.
Who are you?
I am the leader of the Autobots.
See what I mean? This is the new version of Robosyn's Optimus Prime, and as you can see, it's a little smaller, a little lighter actually, and a little less expensive. But does he still have what it takes to make your 80s nerd heart melt? It's a robot
So
showdown!
not only does he
Battle of the
auto-transform,
Optimuses!
but he
Optimi!
kinda, like,
we
moves
have
around and does little
Prime
battle
Daddy
poses and
versus
talks.
Prime Junior.
Yeah,
Collector's Edition Optimus Prime versus Elite Edition.
I would love so much to reprogram as they have them say like different things that are friendly.
Oh. I'm even more impressed now. Like,
That was amazing.
I just thought you hit a button and he transformed. This is...
Does he start breakdancing? I want him to start singing songs for me.
Last year,
It's unusual to be loved by anybody.
Machine is never before seen on Optimus Prime, and it
I love
was
when they
just
get-
so incredible. Look at him; he's proud of it. He blew
love
me
when they
away.
get these
You can see
women
the
to do these videos
video
and
that
stuff,
I
and
made
you
back
just
then. I
know
have the link here and in the description below.
that
But
if
what
they had a
made this
boyfriend
so
who was into these
amazing
things,
is that
she would
it
just
was
be all
voice
disgusted,
controlled.
but they, like,
It is programmable.
this is like I think where the fake
You
nerd-
can remote
nerddom
control
comes
it.
from.
You can learn.
Yeah.
programs
I have a
for
hard time
Look-
believing she's
educational.
really
And
this
for Robosyn, the
enthusiastic about an
company-
Optimus Prime.
Did you see that? Did you see how he was transforming on that little small table?
Is larger. It's more impressive.
That's made me nervous when I saw that. I was like, what if he falls backwards?
Is listing it for $1,000, whereas this new Elite version
Elite
is
Edition's only
listed for
$6.99.
$700. Each of these do the same animations that can
Yeah.
Only $6.99.
servo motors inside.
Oh, wait till they come down in price.
A fan, and you're
Get a used one at a shop. It transforms and it just stops.
new version.
Like, does it run on batteries? Obviously, imagine.
Same experience.
Probably.
sure.
I would imagine it does.
Oh, it's like a giant 9-volt strapped to the back.
That Steve down the street has the bigger one that can kick your Autobot.
I'm not a fan of the feet though. It's weird.
Let's start by having a voice command challenge. You start by saying.
We need some inserts for his. He's got the
And there's about 40 different things.
leatheritis going on there. I don't know. I guess it's
In this one.
it's cool, I guess, but
Or turn left.
This is
but
a lot of
others are
money.
more animated and more fun.
Yeah.
I remember when Force Awakens came out, and they made these little BB-8s, and they were about the size.
Oh, yeah.
Of maybe about
They were
the size
tiny.
Of they were really tiny, like the size of like a baseball. But
Yeah.
they were like, they weren't like fully remote. They weren't like remote control, but they would move on their own, like voice command and stuff. And
Mhm.
there was this company that made them. I forget who they were. But they're really good quality. But they were like under $100, and it's like something like that. I was like, I could see something more along that lines.
all I want
Yeah.
is the Megatron gun that shoots actually real bullets.
Yeah, you couldn't do Megatron today, man. Well, maybe you could. But you'd have to make him all fluorescent orange and green and
Well,
goofball
he
stuff.
shot. He shot. Don't you remember they
He'd
shot?
have to
lasers?
shoot Nerf. He'd have to shoot like Nerf darts or something.
All
I don't know,
right.
man.
Let's get off of this train. Talking about Transformers way too long. One thing though is a good topic. It's interesting because you guys are different generations. I'm just real curious. If I were to like name my top 3 childhood cartoons, not cartoons. I'm sorry, toys. I would say probably Legos is my favorite. Followed by GI Joe, and then I'm not sure what my third one would be. I have to think about that one. What would you guys say were your childhood toys?
I'll let Zach go first since he was
Well,
deprived.
Wait, I was deprived? Is that what you said?
Aaron.
No. Well, we weren't super deprived. We had toys. Well, we had Lego. Legos were huge in our house. So yeah, Legos is definitely the number one. We also, when I was younger, we had Tinker toys too. I don't know if anybody remembers Tinker toys.
You had Tinker toys?
Yeah, we had Tinker toys.
You were deprived. Dude, Tinker toys are like the toy of the 70s. Like,
yeah,
like I felt deprived when I had to play with Tinker toys. I was like, what am I doing with this? It was like Lincoln Logs.
Lincoln Logs we had whenever we went to my grandma's, because my grandma had like a whole box of Lincoln Logs that we would play with.
We had Lincoln Logs, and I built a fort and had the Transformer just bust right through it.
Well, I have to say, as much as I'm mocking Lincoln Logs, there was something oddly satisfying about stacking Lincoln Logs and making little log cabins.
It was, dude. I don't know what it was, but you're right. It was really cool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Isn't
And we had a bunch of we had the third thing we had was like a Jurassic Park action figures. We had a lot of Jurassic Park action figures, a lot of dinosaurs. Everybody knows how much I love dinosaurs. That's probably where it came from.
Yeah. So, I mean, we had Legos growing up. I had the Connects and I had the Lincoln Logs, all that stuff, hand-me-down stuff. For me, it was Ninja Turtles. I got a lot of that toys. Not really G.I. Joe. That was my brother. I had the older, but my brother's 6 years older than me, so I had a lot of his hand-me-down toys, G.I. Joe stuff. I had Thundercats toys, but I mean, like, I had Inspector Gadget.
I remember Inspector Gadget.
I had one of those. For me, like, it was Ninja Turtles, Power Rangers, and I'm trying to think what else. I mean, because I did have Street Shark toys with Diesel.
I remember Street Sharks too. Dude, people talk about Ninja.
Which were the ones you loved to play with the most? Like,
well, I'll play with all my toys. That's the thing.
Well, I did too,
I love Power Rangers, Ninja Turtles. The Batman toys for me, Batman, Superman. So yeah, those were pretty much those are ones I played every single day. I had Batman toys. I had I had Superman. And I had basically like the Batman Returns, or I had like the Batman Forever car stuff. Just because I was like but the number one I played the most was with Ghostbusters or anything Ghostbusters. Whether it was the Proton pack or the Ooze pack, uh, you know, just I even had the poster on the wall and stuff. Like I said, I had all that stuff, like the Ghostbusters, like viewer count. Remember the slide viewers? You could put them in the reels. You could do that. I had that with the Ghostbusters, but like yeah, Ninja Turtles. There was a little cannon you could fill with ooze and like shoot it at like the turtles. Like yeah, so those were my favorite things to play with. Sadly, they never made any freaking Tailspin toys.
I would have loved Tailspin toys.
The
I
freaking
love that show.
the freaking
The
plane.
Sea Duck, or
Yes.
the Sea
That's-
Duck would have been so cool. Ah,
there was no Gizmo Duck toy. What?
yeah, there wasn't, dude. That would have been a prime. Like, talk
It-
about Transformers. Gizmo Duck would have been really cool to have.
The thing is that blew my mind is that Gizmo Duck was the fan favorite on DuckTales,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't have a toy. I mean, Darkwing Duck got one, couples, but
Yeah.
but my big shows was Real Ghostbusters, Ninja Turtles, Tailspin, and Darkwing Duck, Power Rangers I watched for like 2 seasons. I was like 10 or 11. I didn't really care for it after a while.
Yeah.
But I mean, I basically had the first generation toys and those were like $7 a piece. And all I did was that you push their head in, and you push a button, and their head would go from their normal face, and it would flip over to the helmet on. It's the most generic thing, and they really released those for $20.
See, in the
insane.
chat we got Jay is listing Transformers, Star Wars, and GI Joe.
Mm.
I did like Star Wars, although the Star Wars toys was like for me was much younger. By the time I actually like accumulated toys, like Star Wars stopped being. It didn't stop being a thing, but in the toy world, it wasn't. And so for me, playing with Star Wars, I always had to rely on playing with my friend's Star Wars toys. I only had like a few Star Wars toys, unfortunately, as much as I loved them. Um, let's see. Someone, I'm trying to go through. I did not say The Horse Awakens. I don't think I did. Maybe
Horse
I did.
No, he said the
Um,
Horse Awakened. Different
Jay's
story.
also mentioning Mask was underrated, and I agree. Like I loved Mask. In fact,
The Jim Carrey movie Mask?
no, there was
No.
this toy line called Mask. It was an anagram, Mask. I forget what it stands for, and it was kind of like this super team of like kind of like super spy kind of characters, and each one of them had a vehicle, and the vehicle. I don't think the vehicle would like totally transform like a robot, but it would like turn in from like a vehicle to like battle mode vehicle. Like they had
Yeah.
like a motorcycle and like it would like wings would come out and it would turn into like a flying thing. And all the characters had masks, like helmets, like that you could put on. Back in the day, to actually have like removable helmets on your little action figures was a big deal. Like that technology, I don't know why we were all impressed. Um, and so they all, and of course they were wearing masks. Like, ooh, like
But
it's so on the nose. But the vehicles were just so cool. I had so much fun with those. But ultimately, Jay, I traded all my mask collection for more GI Joe because I just
I
love
w-
GI Joe so much, and I just ended up getting this massive, huge collection of GI Joe stuff through trade. And which made GI Joe even better to me. I think that's why I'm so beloved of GI Joe because I had so much like I could do things with it. I always hated growing up, and as a kid I'd be like, "Oh, look, I got like my Luke Skywalker and I have like a stormtrooper and I got like one vehicle. Like you couldn't do much. Like you needed lots of if you're playing with action figures, that is, you need a lot. Same thing with Transformers. Like I had a couple. I had Optimus Prime. I remember that was one of my Christmases. I got an Optimus Prime and was like blown away because I was like the only kid who had one. But I had um my first one I got was Wheeljack. For those of you Transformer fans know who that is. That was the first one I got. Then I couldn't really
Yep.
afford the big Transformer, so I always got like the little ones like Bumblebee. I loved the little cassette tapes that would go into what's his name? Soundwave? But
I think
I
it
could
was
never
Soundwave.
afford
Yeah.
a Soundwave, but I always had I had Ravage and Laserbeak and all that. So I had a lot of the little ones because I could afford those with my allowance. But I didn't have enough Transformers to really do much. So some of the toys that were the coolest weren't my favorite beloved as a kid just because I couldn't, you know what I'm saying? So I would say
Yeah.
for me, Legos was my number one because over the years, like Legos, they don't go out of style. Like you could just keep adding them to the box as you get new sets. They
Yeah.
all work with each other. So I eventually would just have enough Legos, and your creativity, like Legos, just never got old. You could just do whatever with them. And then probably number two was GI Joe because I ended up getting quite a big collection of that through trading it. And then my third one was probably He Man. I love the He Man action figures. Um,
Skip.
even though I
What's up,
wasn't a
Skip?
huge He Man fan of like the shows or the lore stuff.
Yo, twin.
Yeah. Light the funeral pyre.
Uh
Wolves is some hoes.
Yeah, because they beat the Kings.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're not lighting
119
the,
to 100. Yeah,
no
119 to 100.
beams.
Yeah, no
No
beams. Just
beams tonight.
no
as
beams.
Evil Black Cat said, light the funeral pyre because they got
Oh.
killed.
Man, I'm sorry. You know what? They gotta lose sometimes. It's basketball, right? There's
It was, dude.
no undefeated seasons in basketball.
I gotta say though, that was a really close game, all the way through.
Yeah, I was listening to Vinkman read off the scores. It was like really touch and go for a while.
Yeah.
So the next game is this Wednesday. This Wednesday. Trailblazers at 9 p.m.
Yeah, I suddenly got interested in the March Madness because I didn't realize the Aztecs were even in it. And then someone made a thing like Aztecs are in the what do they call it, the Elite Eight? I don't know what they call the eight. And I was like, really? And then so I watched the tail end of the game yesterday, and I was like, and they won skin of their teeth, and so the San Diego State has never been in the Elite Eight, and then much less the Final Four. So this is like history. So
Yeah, what is it?
anyways,
Yeah, and apparently they had a couple of people that were not they're injured on the Timberwolves, but they still came up with a win. Crazy.
Skip says we could have clinched the playoffs. Well, I understand, buddy. But it's not like at least you didn't lose the playoffs, right? The playoffs are still there. Still can make it. Have faith. We'll be lighting more beams. So and hopefully, man, I'm just excited. I want to see the Aztecs go in the finals. Like I'll be like, the Aztecs have never have never like no
What the heck?
whatever the sports they're just nothing. Like no one ever hears about them. So I want
That's
a
their
year
name.
where the San Diego State Aztecs. They're a university that they don't ever do anything in sports. Like you just never hear about them. So it'd be really cool. I don't want
crazy.
Kentucky. Like, can we just have a? Can we have like a
The
finals
videos.
where Kentucky doesn't win? So
Yeah, you're first in Mountain West. You know, Bucks are first in Eastern Conference. Or yeah,
all right. So all right. I guess we're done talking about toys. Let me make sure
well,
didn't
I want
skip
to.
anyone else's.
I want to use a little trivia for you. Do you remember who the Autobots version of Soundwave was?
Yeah, it's tip of my tongue.
Give you a hint. Starts with a B.
Gosh, man, I can picture him. Did it have Blaster in the name?
Yes,
It wasn't
and that was
Sound.
his name.
Was
His
it
name
just
was
Blaster?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, man, I was like, is it Sound Blaster? No, that's not it. Because that's
No. So it was, or Ghetto Blaster was his other name.
no, it wasn't
Ghetto
Ghetto
Blaster.
People call him Boombox or Ghetto Blaster. Yeah, because he
I
was
like
an
Boombox better.
he was an AM FM stereo cassette player. Yeah, so Yeah, I came across that at a Walmart a couple years back. I was like, "What the heck is this?" Like, I think they messed up. This is supposed to be Soundwave. It's like, yeah, like I just came across it. Yeah, but apparently he was a clone of Soundwave. Sound Blaster is like if they did call him later on in the cartoon series. It's created by Shockwave, but labeled as a failed experiment.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is, but it's just so weird when I came across it. I was like, because I already know is Soundwave. So the Decepticons are awesome, versus the Autobots. I like the Decepticons. I love. They just had the cooler models, you know. You know,
Oh yeah,
if
Decepticons
Starscream,
and the cooler models.
yeah. Oh my gosh, just like imagine the Twilight. Why would I get an Autobot? It's like,
Because they're the good guys, Vinkman. Kids
Yeah.
want to be the good guys.
what was it? They had Brigade, and
Used
he
to
had
want to be the good guys.
yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's true. They used to.
That's why they made Beast Wars for Zack, so we can get like the dinosaurs.
I actually didn't get into the Beast Wars too much.
Yeah, Beast Wars is dumb.
It was
They're called Autobots, not
and
animal
it does.
bots.
You know what? Do you know how
Yeah.
dumb it? Do you know how dumb it is? Is that they're gonna have those in the next movie?
Yep.
I'm like, wait, how could you have?
Yeah.
Because according to the Beast Wars, is that they landed in the Jurassic area, so they took on the form of animals. So Optimus Prime was a gorilla.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know, I'm morbidly
And
curious to
You're
see
gonna
how it
have
plays
two
out.
Optimus Primes meet together. Michael Bay, you're smoking crack.
Well, one of them is Rodimus Prime. Rodimus is the gorilla.
Only if Judd Nelson comes back and voices it.
I don't know. It's got RC, and I always feel like RC was one of my favorite Autobots, and I was like, she got glossed over in the Michael Bay movie, so I think it is kind of cool that she's
She's
gonna have
just like
a
RC
more,
Cola. No one
more
cares.
central. Whatever. RC Cola.
RC Cole is darn good.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Pibb is better.
RC,
Pibb Extra.
RC the Transformer.
RC, yeah,
no,
the one who turned to
not good.
What? Oh, okay, never mind.
I prefer Pibb Extra.
I remember growing up on RC, we were just like, wait, there's girl Transformers? They're robots. That doesn't make any sense.
They
We were just,
bang.
as kids, we
They-
were like,
they-
this is so dumb.
That's what they call
There's
heavy
also big Transformers and small Transformers. It's okay to have different kinds of Transformers.
I
Yeah,
mean,
if you were paying attention earlier, I said those were dumb too. We didn't like that. Like we just
if you never heard the term heavy metal, now you have. When the robots try to reproduce.
So I just want to cover. Let's see. Austin says that he played mostly with the Legos, so he's with me on that. And I don't think anyone else really mentioned what they were into. But Tehillim is asking if anyone is reading Ancient Enemies, which
Never
I
heard
have
it.
picked up, but I haven't read it yet. Tehillim, but I will be reading it. So I will make it a point to, since someone besides myself is actually reading it, I will make a point to get on that, so that I can maybe talk about it. But Dan Didio, for those of you who don't know, Dan Didio is writing a series for Frank Miller Presents comic line. It's called Ancient Enemies, and it turns out that it's more than just a comic. There's an Ancient Enemies comic, but kind of like what AWA is doing, it seems to be spawning a shared universe. So there's these two other books. One is the Genie, and another one I can't remember what it's called, but it's kind of like a Batman-esque kind of, I don't know how to say, book. But I was like, oh wait, there's a shared universe, and apparently this is like what it's all about. So I'm like, cool. Like I'm more excited. I know Dan Didio gets a lot of flack for the things that he did at DC, and I was one of the opponents of him. Um, I called for him to be fired, things like that. So I'm not going to pretend that I'm some sort of fanboy for Dan Didio. However, the things that he did that I didn't agree with him managing DC don't prohibit him possibly for writing a good comic book. So I am open minded to giving that a try. I can't vouch for them. To heal them sounds like you're reading them. If you have any comments to say about them, obviously throw them in there. Um, let's see.
Holy
Austin says,
crap!
"Hold on, there's a team called the Aztecs. That's awesome. Yeah, of course. They're San Diego. We're awesome."
So, did you hear about Jay Diamandis? They said there's going to be more Spidey in the future with him writing.
Oh, nice.
yeah, but if it's not main
Dimite.
Spidey, who
You mean
cares?
you
Oh,
mean
you don't know? Well,
Dimateus?
I care because I don't. Who gives a shit about main Spidey? I want people who actually can write Spidey, writing Spidey. So I go to them.
Sure.
This is I'm trying to get my fix, bro. I'll take wherever I get.
I'm trying to shoot down your hopes and dreams. Remember at the beginning of this conversation?
We all know that you can't shoot straight.
When you were like, it's more fun to destroy the Legos than to build them. And I said, yeah, just like your hopes and dreams.
Well, no. When I say destroying them, it's when somebody has built like a life-size model and you actually bump into it.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, bro.
I don't know, dude. Have you ever seen the video of this kid throwing his Lego model of a Star Destroyer like over a balcony, and it lands on the ground, just like splinters into like all these pieces?
No, but I saw the guy who was doing this interview at this convention or something, and these people had just built this giant life-size replica of something, and the guy's like, "Oh," and they're interviewing the guys. He leans over, he's like, "Oh, what's this?" And then the whole thing. It was, actually, let's get back. It was a motorcycle. That's what it was. Actual realistic-looking motorcycle. Everything you see detail on the detail, and he leans over and he accidentally knocks the whole entire thing over. It just falls apart, and people are just like in shock.
Dude, did you see that
Like,
reminds me uh back in the day when Conan was relevant, Conan O'Brien,
Oh
and
yeah.
when the new Star Wars movies were coming out or whatever, and he did like a skit. He had Harrison Ford on, and I guess Force Awakens was about to come out or something, and they had made
Hmm.
this huge like model like the Millennium Falcon, and it was just this big intricate Lego model, and he's like showing it off, and Harrison Ford like picks up, he's like, "Oh, it's so," and he's like, "Oh," and he like drops it and it shatters and stuff. You have to see the vid. If you haven't seen it, look it up. It's hilarious. Um, the guy who made it's like, oh. Um, but let's see. So Skip is saying about he's liking Ronin too. Frank Miller, my boy,
Nice.
especially Philip Tan's
I
art.
actually, I actually saw in my own my friend circle, friends that I have that live close by me. We have a Discord server we're in, and apparently I didn't know this. Last Ronin, there's like a video game. It's either out or it's about to come out that's based off the Last Ronin. And so one of my friends was talking about it. He's like, yeah, it's actually really good. I was like, hey, do you read comics? So we were talking about that the other day. So
It's the power of Frank
hey.
Miller, Zach. One day you will discover. One day you too will discover.
He's infiltrating my friend circles now. Darn you, Miller. No, I'm just kidding. I like Frank Miller's stuff to a degree. I don't think he's the GOAT like you do, but I mean, to each their own.
Well, you just haven't discovered yet. That's fine. I mean,
There it is. Yeah.
some
I'm
people
sure
haven't
my
been to the top
awakening
of the
will
mountain,
come.
so they don't know what's there. Like,
There you go.
but
One day
Skip
I'll
does.
make it up there.
He knows, and he's also pointing out the big connective tissue there. That even if you're not the world's biggest Frank Miller fan, like I am, Skip. Sorry, I'm sitting here mixing names. Philip Tan's art is astounding. Like you got to get the book
Mm,
just for the art. It is
yeah.
gorgeous. And at first, when I popped it open, I was like, "Oh man, it's black and white." And it's not even like black and white. Like I like black and white comics when they're like shaded, if you know what I mean. Like
Mhm.
they're like grayscale, like the old
Yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles used to be. That's how I like black and white comics. I don't like the black and white comics where it looks like it just wasn't colored. Like it's like the line art and it's just. But I gotta tell you, this book. At first, I was like, "But I don't want it color." I'm like, this shows off the art so well that yeah, there you go. Jay says Miller's one of the goats. there can only be one, Jay.
How
So
many
I
thumbs are
appreciate
do you
that,
have?
but
That's why it's called greatest of all time, singular, not plural.
but I do appreciate that. Austin says he has a cousin with a huge Lego channel,
Oh,
and
nice.
he also remembers the the Lego skit on Conan, and it's pretty funny. Um, Zach will have his horse awakening. Uh,
See, whenever Ash starts talking about Miller, I get confused. I'm like, what should he talk about? Miller or Miller? Because you like
Or
both.
the other Miller, like Mike S. Miller. Like, remember, there's
No,
multiple
we don't talk
Millers.
about him at all.
We don't talk about Mike S. Miller.
Well, no. When it comes to Ash, it's either Frank Millar. Skin. It's Millar or it's Miller.
yes.
It's
So
Miller
I
time.
either one. It's yeah. So he loves both of them. So I have to like wait. Which one did you say? Did you mispronounce it?
I do love both.
You have to have Mike S. Miller, Frank Miller, and Mike Millar all on a comic panel, and you could say it's Miller time.
No, because Millar would have to leave.
Speaking of
Well-
Millar, I think that's now time to segue into the book that Zach didn't read, but he came to talk about anyway.
Zach. Well, he's here for emotional support.
Okay.
He hasn't read Berserker either. So
Yeah, it's true. I haven't read any of Berserk. I'm a big Keanu Reeves fan, but I have not read Berserker. I'm waiting for the trade.
How
thing
big
you
of
gotta know
a
about
how
Zach-
big of a fan are you really? It's been like
I'm
over
big
a
enough fan
year.
to go see John Wick 4 without seeing 2 and 3. That's how big of a fan I
and
Wait a
I'll just
second. Wait
say
a second.
am.
If you haven't seen 2 and 3, you're not that big of a fan.
I've been busy. That's my excuse.
Zach doesn't read cool books. He doesn't read Avengers.
Does, man. I can't
He
believe
doesn't
you.
read that.
How
Wait,
is it
what do you
went
mean
and
I
saw-
don't read Avengers?
War Across Time. You're not reading that.
I'm reading that. What are you talking about? It's not my number one book like it is yours, but I'm
Hold on.
reading it.
Hold on.
I show off the covers every week.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold the phone.
Okay.
You went and
I am
saw
holding
John Wick
mine.
4 and you haven't seen 2 and 3?
No, I did not see 2 or 3.
What?
He said he got tickets. Somebody
Yeah,
took one to go.
a friend of mine bought tickets. He's like, "Hey, do you want to go?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll go." So, I also saw the last Harry Potter movie first. So, if you think this is the craziest thing that I've done,
I haven't seen any of those, and I'm.
I am now having a picture of Zach now. Like Zach is the embodiment of the super casual fan. Like he just
depends
like,
on the
"Ah,
franchise.
I just saw the last Harry Potter. I didn't really watch the rest of them or read the books or anything. But yeah, now I bought the game too because I like Harry Potter.
So I
can't
watched
believe
Rambo today. I'm gonna go back and watch the first 5.
You just watched the 5th one.
Which James Bond did you start off? The last
I've
one,
seen
obviously.
multiple James Bonds. I've seen I think I've seen all the Connerys, most of the Moores, all the Brosnans, and all the Craigs.
See, unlike you guys, I only watched the last 10 minutes of the movie first of the franchise.
The last time
I want to know how it ends before I even get into this bullshit.
Well, Zach, if you need to see, man, I'm just
I have.
just
So the
beside
funny thing
myself.
is, I have all the first 3 John Wicks on Blu-ray.
Don't gatekeep
That's the
this.
funny thing. I have them all. I just haven't had time to sit down and watch them.
well, you do have time.
I do. Well, no, I don't. Not this week. I'm moving. I'm like half my house is in
I know that you have
boxes.
time because you've made time to skip out on our reading club.
Yeah.
You know what? That is. I'm not sitting around doing nothing. I'm over gaming.
You
could've
do
watched-
nothing until
You could have watched 2 John Wick films during that time.
well, at least one. But yes.
They're only
Um,
like 2 hours long.
So Austin says, "Shame on you, Ash. Gatekeeping. Who's a fan of John Wick just because your friend didn't see the second or third one?"
Look, I don't mind if someone hasn't seen them. I'm just shocked that you went and saw the 4th. Like, I'm just the kind of person, if I see a movie series and I like the movie series, I'm gonna see in
all
order.
of them. Yeah. No. I understand.
well,
Well,
I mean,
like I said, I wouldn't go see 4 yet. Because look, I'm not gonna be a hypocrite here. it's very clear I get behind on things too. It's like I just don't skip ahead. That's the part that I'm confused about. Not that he hasn't seen
Well,
John Wick 2 or 3 yet, but rather that he went to 4 before. Like I would have
so
said, "Hey,
you,
I'll go see with you. I'll see
yeah.
the movie next week, and I'm gonna watch them the other ones this week, so I can go with you." That's what I would have done. But
So you use an
Well, the
argument.
thing is, if my friend had said, "Hey, I'm buying the tickets for next week," I'd be like, "Okay, cool. I have a week to hurry up and get caught up." But he's like, "No, we're going Sunday on opening week." I was, oh shoot, okay.
wait,
So
when did he tell you?
He told me like the day before he bought the tickets.
When
He
what
told me
when
Saturday.
he told you Saturday that you were going
he
the following
he
day?
told me Saturday that we were gonna be going on Sunday. Yeah.
Mm.
I was like,
I
okay.
want to use an
Alright.
argument that's always been used against me when you ask you where do you start reading comic books? Well, you can just start anywhere. You can start in the middle if you want to.
That's
That's
true.
what Zach's doing with his movies. He's starting
That's
where he
true.
wants.
That is true. I'm not starting. I'm not gonna wait. I'm not gonna wait for the renumbered John Wick new number 1.
Why isn't now? See, why isn't that a comic book series?
John Wick? Oh, it should be.
Skip
Yeah.
is roasting me. It's like, well, I guess we found out today that not everyone is like Ash when it comes to movies. The more you know. Do, 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 do. Yes, that's true. And man, you know what? I got things you can make fun of me for. So there you go.
No, what?
I was just taken aback.
I
I,
would
I was.
never. I would never make fun of. No, I'm just kidding.
I would never. But please tell me what they are, so I can never make fun of them. And those.
Uh,
Uh,
Austin
Listen
says,
in
my first James
details.
Bond was Spectre. I was babysitting an 11-year-old and he just turned it on and he knew exactly when to skip forward.
that's pretty funny. That's
That,
awesome.
yeah, that's, yeah. I don't know what to think about that. Like, I'm wrestling with that in my head. I'm like, wait, you're letting your little kids watch these movies? I'm like, but you are skipping forward the
Well,
bad parts.
Yeah.
But
well, here's this thing. Me growing up, my dad had this thing where you can take a movie and you can copy it onto other movie video VHS, and what he'd do, he would get rid of all the nudity. So
Mm.
I'm watching movies I'm like, whoa, we're Highlander. Where'd this come from?
There was they used to have a website that did that. It was kind of like old school Netflix. If you remember Netflix originally, you could rent movies through the mail. They'd send you DVDs through the mail. There was this Christian-owned company. I forgot their name, but they would take these popular movies and they would edit out all the like the nude scenes, or they'd like dub over the language, so you could watch like an R-rated movie
yeah.
and you wouldn't worry about any questionable
Well,
content.
there's a lot of movies I go watch, like Doc Hollywood. I watch them, I'm like, oh, it's cheap. I'll be fine. Full frontal nudity. Whoa. Then I watched Beastmaster. Full frontal nudity. What is with these movies like from the 80s? It's like, oh, they're fine. They're not PG-13. They're just PG.
Well,
Well, that was
there
probably
was no PG-13
there
then
wasn't.
Yeah,
when
yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I know. So, but I mean, like, there was R.
yeah.
Like, so-
Yeah, it's true.
The
That's true.
differences were used to be a lot more drastic between, well, obviously they still are, between PG and R.
Mhm.
There was no in between, so it was very easy. The cutoff could make or break.
Yeah.
I
What
would
you could
think
show in
full
your.
frontal nudity with bush and boobs would be R. Doc Hollywood, I'm looking at you. How the hell did they get that past the NBA?
I think it was
Um,
actually Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom got the
yeah,
whole
I think
PG-13
nudity
going.
presented in any sort of non-sexual light can get
She was,
by
well, I mean, she was skinny
more.
dipping, and she just got back out of the water and stands in front of him naked. I was like,
So
dude, why is this not? Like I said, little Vacuum was watching a movie, did not know that was in there, and let's just say I paused it. It
yeah,
just, I
yeah.
was like, what?
Jay says 80s was the golden age of cinematic nudity. Yeah, it was. It was.
Sounds like
Yes,
it.
it was. There was a
PG,
lot more
man, pretty
nudity. There
good.
was a lot more nudity back in the day. I seem to recall than today. Like nowadays, there, yeah, like there's not a lot of nudity in films. Like there's a lot more sex in films these days.
Yeah.
But back in the 80s, it was a lot of just like chicks coming out of a pool naked or something, you know, or like a hot tub scene. Like it would, but not having sex, just like or stumbling into the like opening a door and there's a woman there naked and she's like, oh, she pauses for like a second so you can, and then covers herself just to be like those peekaboo shots. They don't really do that much anymore, and probably because I think everyone's exposed. So
Oh yeah,
like
every
like
movie should be
little
wholesome. Like every movie should be wholesome, like Porky's.
porkies.
Porkies. Oh god.
Um, uh, now families have this new thing called VidAngel. It's completely personalized family editing.
Yeah, that might be it. Vid Angels. That might be the one I'm thinking
That sounds
of.
like a porn company. Vid Angels.
I'm
No, it's
surprised.
like
What I'm surprised with, and I would think if I were a movie studio, I would do this. Is with movies being so much like digital these days, like you can buy your movie digital, right? Like I
mhm.
buy all my movies digital pretty much, unless it's like something really special. I might buy the Blu-ray. Um, like if they have another extended cut, if they do an extended cut of Avatar 2, I'll buy the Blu-ray because I got the extended cut of Avatar 1. Um, but most of the time I'm happy. I'll just get it digitally. It's fine because I don't want to own more physical things. They just accumulate and I end up losing them or what have you. So my point is with the digital copies, you could theoretically sell versions and like multiple cuts of the same film essentially with the one. I guess you could even do this on Blu-ray. I think that actually would work on Blu-ray too. And you could just say, I want to watch the PG version. No, I want to watch the theatrical.
Mm.
Like if it's an R-rated movie, for example, right? Say, and you want to watch it, but you're gonna let your kids see it, and you could easily say you could put it on and say, well, we'll watch the PG cut where it cuts out
Well,
all the bad stuff.
so here's the thing. The reason I think they would never do that is because the people who edit it for them would get a cut, and they don't want to share their cut. They're greedy. That's why they
Yeah,
don't do it.
maybe.
No, the
Maybe.
studio themselves would do it. That's what I'm saying. Like it would make it because here's the thing: the reason why I'm surprised the studios don't do this is because you could theoretically sell more movies this way. Especially
Well,
this would really only be this
yeah.
isn't going to matter for a Pixar film. It's going to matter for like movies like Deadpool, right? Where it's an R-rated movie, but it's something that kids probably want to see, parents probably want to be able to share with their kids, and I know a lot of parents just do share with their kids, and I know Deadpool does have a for Deadpool 2 there is a family friendly cut that they did for the Christmas one, a little bit different. But my point is just saying movies in general, it's like here's the movie and then here's the version of the movie where they just went in and literally just cut out all of like the sex or anything like those scenes, uh inserted, whatever, like for bad words, or just put it in a clean version. And it would not be like a separate disc or anything. Like it just literally you just choose like you're gonna watch this version, like the family friendly version, so you can sit down and watch. I think there's a lot of people that would buy the movies like that so they could have with their kids. Because obviously, like this 11-year-old who has parents that are like training him how to like skip the the scenes himself. Like I don't know. It's just something I just thought of that it wouldn't. I don't think it would take much work. And being digital, it
Yeah.
wouldn't take any extra. Like you wouldn't have to make a separate disc. You wouldn't have to do any. It's just like here it is, and the computer does it all behind the scenes.
See, I was always the kid that hated the censor stuff. I'd be like, cool, I buy the DVD unrated cut because the
Yes,
theater would make you cut so much stuff, overly censor stuff.
I get that, and I as a kid was the
Yeah.
same way. But
Yeah.
parents want to be
But
in control. This would be a good way. And there's a lot. Here's the thing: is a lot of parents they don't want to go through. It's sad to say, a lot of parents will just let
yeah,
their kid watch the full R-rated movie then go through
yep.
the legwork of like self-censoring.
I would just not let them watch the movie until they're older.
Yeah.
That's how I was raised.
Yes. However, a lot of parents are too self-centered. Like I'll
Yep.
Yeah.
literally go to R-rated movies in the theater and I see people bring in their like
4-year-old kid.
Oh my
first
gosh,
grader kids.
I was at John Wick yesterday, and we heard like these 5-year-old kids in the rows behind us. Like, this is an R-rated movie, guys. There's a lot of violence going on in this,
yeah,
and language. But yeah,
so
never mind all the kids I saw when Deadpool was in theaters, the
Yeah.
R-rated one, not the
Yeah.
PG-13.
Wow. Yeah.
so
Uh,
a lot of parents are
Well,
messed up.
I
They're
do
not-
like that my theaters now are saying kids, like it's just like the mall. You have to be accompanied by an adult.
I
You
saw.
can't-
You know what? I'm seeing a lot more of those signs. Yeah.
They cannot if you're under 18, or you're not allowed, or 17 or something like that, you're not allowed to like be just dropped off.
Right. You have to have like a chaperone or somebody with
Yeah.
you that's like 18 or above.
Because yeah, I knew. I mean, back in the day, I did because younger. Because like I knew we never had ushers in my theater. We did for a little bit, and then they went away. So I would leave my friend when we were like, it was just like when we were teens. They're like, dude, like we'd watch a movie. We plan up to see what's playing or at ending at the same time that what we're watching now. We just jump from one theater to the next theater. But now I guess they're cracking down on that stuff now.
yeah.
But I used to way back in the day. That's how you get away with like paying for like one movie and watching two.
All right. So Skip, I'm trying to rein him in. I'm trying. I'm gonna stop. So
All right,
Skip
all right.
says,
Let's
Yeah,
so
I thought this was a
Nemesis
comic
has
book
been
stream.
interesting.
so let's talk about beautiful art. We talked.
And Alois asks, "Is Nemesis a good comic?" We're
Yeah.
getting there, Alois. We're getting there.
So Phil Tan, beautiful art, or Jimenez better.
Yeah. I
That's-
like Jorge Jimenez.
Well, I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm just saying that's my opinion. I'm not trying to convince anybody. Like, if you like Phil Tan, that's cool, man. It's like
I think you should
like-
actually probably read Ronin too before you make comparisons.
I've seen. I don't think you need to read it because he's not the writer. I've seen the interior art. It's awesome art, but I do love the art on this. But I also like the artist from Paradiso.
So
I mean,
Jorge
Just saying.
Jimenez is one of my favorite artists in the business. Jorge Jimenez art on Nemesis Reloaded is not his best stuff. And I suspect my theory behind that is that he's cramming it into his DC schedule because he's the main artist on Batman. And I feel like his work is more rushed. And it feels a lot more quick sketch than refined. Also, I don't know if he's always been a digital artist. I haven't really paid attention. But when I find problems with the art, I start looking, and then I start noticing, oh, it's digital, and I don't know if that's part of the deal, but yeah,
I didn't have the issue with the art here. Seems
well,
normal. Like
it's still top 10% artists, so it's still great. But I've seen him do better, so I'm satisfied. Like, I don't feel like, oh, this is bad art in any way, shape, or form. But it's kind of like when you know that you've seen them do better, you're like, huh, okay.
I've never seen him do better. This looks like you did on Batman.
Well, I don't even think Batman is his best stuff. I think he was doing better on Justice League. I think he's actually kind of been on a decline since Justice League.
Yeah, I think his Justice League. Yeah, his Justice League, I think, was top.
All
And-
this talk to prop up Phil Tan. Haters.
Philip Tan's. Look, I've never been a huge Philip Tan guy. It wasn't until I flipped open Ronin I was like, whoa, what am I looking at? But yeah, I mean, look, I love Jorge Jimenez. I'm not, other than the fact, like I said, I don't think it's his best stuff. I think, and that could just be because of deadlines. I don't know. I'm purely speculating. It's still, in my opinion, top 10% art. So you're getting some of the best comic book art, in the business. And it's a good book. So let's go ahead and talk about it now, because
I want to talk about, you're just showing the water right there. I love how he draws the water going into the water, underneath the water. Just the detail into that. Look like that right there, the bottom panel right there, with the moon stuff. That looks cool. Like now, I don't think that's based off a photograph or anything, like that, but it does look cool how he did that. How the light shimmers, the moonlight shimmers off of it, the detail, the shadow, the shading, stars above.
Well, you make a really good point. And one thing I will attest to, and is the colorist, who I didn't know is Giovanna Nero. I really do like the coloring in this book, and I think the coloring is doing Jorge a world of good, like a big doing him a big favor here. I think it's making his art pop a lot more. I think if you just saw the line work here without any of the coloring,
Yeah,
I think you would be less impressed. But I agree, the water does look good. He used some cool water. I actually like the use of the way this particular panel right here. The digital art actually allows him to do something you couldn't do. At least you couldn't do very easily on just traditional paper art, where he colors. It's all black, and then he colors, basically draws in with color, um, to get the
like,
lighting on the water. If that makes
look at
sense,
the waves. I love the waves going up behind it. You can tell it actually looks like an ocean, like you're in a pond or lake, wherever they're at. It just looks normal. It looks realistic.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
it's good. He's definitely a solid artist. I will never complain about him being on a book. Um, but talking about the book itself, Zach's not. Zach, have you read the first two?
I have read the first two, and I have this issue. I just haven't gotten a chance to sit down and read it. There have been a lot of books that I've fallen behind in some series. I have been enjoying this though. I've got to say, now I will say the character of Nemesis I don't like. I'm not like, oh yeah, it's not like he's Superman or Captain America, like somebody I would like aspire to be. Like the dude's a
Oh
prick.
no, he's
Like
not a role model. Not in any
no,
way,
he's
shape,
like
or form.
targeting police officers. I'm just like, this is kind of, I don't care for. But I mean, there are also some ways where it's kind of fun. Like how big of a fiend he is. Like what is it when he like steals a pearl necklace and he leaves like a trail of like feces or whatever behind. Like he's there's points that are interesting. He's a very interesting. You know what? He's a bad guy. He's the kind of bad guy that I want to see in comics. There's this trend that feels like nowadays where like the bad guy has to be sympathetic. We have to understand his pain or what led him to be a bad guy, and we have to empathize with him. And this guy is not like that at all. He's a bad guy just for the he's a bad guy that you can hate or that you can,
he's Ghostmaker, but not neutered.
yeah, he's gritty. I mean, he does have some really cool action scenes and like
Horrible
what is it like
deaths.
the last couple of pages I think in issue 2 I think is the one where he like goes flying through a helicopter or like off of a car through a helicopter. It was
Yeah.
like dang.
This this
gonna
is
go.
disturbing right here. He's
I'm
got
gonna
him
go.
handcuffed. And
Go ahead.
I was just saying, this part here is so disturbing. It's like the rest of your buddies, they already drowned. They're underwater. You guys are handcuffed. There's no way they escape, and they just sink into the ocean.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
is
this issue was the most disturbing of the issues I've read. Of the three so far. I was gonna go a step further about this guy. I wouldn't compare him to Ghostmaker. I would say he's a better version of the Batman Who Laughs.
Oh yeah,
Oh, okay.
oh
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate the Batman Who Laughs. I know that character gets a lot of negative press for some
I
reason.
think he's overplayed.
He's only really been in 3 stories, but
True, but when he was coming out, he was everywhere. When he
This is
was
the villain.
the big event was about him. That's why he crossed over everything.
yeah,
But that being
yeah.
said, they put him back in the box. We haven't seen him. I'm fine with Batman Who Laughs. I don't. He does need to be used sparingly. I enjoyed him while he was there. I like this version even better because the Batman Who Laughs was essentially what if Bruce Wayne got infected and basically became like the Joker. Which, okay, fair enough. This is more of what if Bruce Wayne's parents were murdered by Commissioner Gordon.
Mhm.
That's you're like, oh, like that's what this story is like. It's like, what would have Bruce become if it hadn't been some random robber, but it had been the good, the best of the police, whatever, who was still corrupt, like, and killed like his parent. Like this
Yeah,
kid, he's grown up disturbed, and he's painted his whole worldview around that, and he's shaped by a secret society that's I
I
don't know
guess
what you
say
go ahead.
he does do disturbing things here, but nothing like disturbing as the original Nemesis.
Mm.
And I just said I'm not gonna say what he does to the kids of the cop he's going against in the first one, but just saying once you read that, oh, like you're never gonna like this guy is cool, evil and stuff, but he's not as evil as the original one yet. I haven't seen anything, so oof. Yeah,
Austin
I was just
Austin
stripped from
says,
the
I'm
first
inking
one.
on my tablet as I listen to the stream. How do these artists make such clean inks on digital? I can only do it on fine paper, but this is tricky. I can give you
Um,
two possible answers to that. Number one is really high quality um, drawing. I forget what they're called.
drawing
They're not
boards
they're not tablets,
or
but yeah,
tablets.
the boards that they draw on. I forget what they're called. Drawn a blank. Um, so if you're doing digital, like say on an iPad, you're not going to get it at the same level of quality. But number two, drawing really high resolution. Draw really big, then shrink it down. Which is it's true what they do on paper too. Is why they original comics are drawn on 11 by 14 and then shrunk
Well,
down.
they're always zooming in too when they do stuff. They zoom
Yeah,
in
yeah,
on that special panel they're drawing.
yeah. So draw really big, shrink it down. Um,
Yep.
that will help your lines appear way better. And that's what you can also tell too. I think some of the artists that do bad, I don't think are doing that. So because some of them are really obvious. We'll get into that in the next comic we do. Um, so
Yeah, like I said, I love the scenery in this. I don't really care for the character. It's everybody said, oh, it's just basically the evil Batman again.
He is an interesting character. Like I said, he's not like an aspirational, but he is an interesting character to follow. And I kind of get this way with a lot of like anti-hero characters now. Like, I'm kind of like everybody seems to be an anti-hero, but this is like a villain he's an interesting villain to follow. It's not like he's a villain trying to be good. He's not like a sympathetic villain, but he is, in his villainy, in his scummery. I think I just made up a word there. But in his scummery, he is interesting to follow. And I know the last issue I read, it was starting to like dig into like his origins, and I was like,
Yeah,
okay, this
this
is
is
this could be an interesting story to see play out.
this is kind of
So,
like we see in this issue. It's kind of like he's taken in by the League of Assassins. They
yeah,
train him how to be like the villain he is, and then going against like a James Gordon.
yeah, right,
what I like about this is that Mark is very aware that he's not doing a character story. He's not
No,
trying to write a story that gets you to fall in love with this character. So there is very minimal character development here because that's not the point. You're not supposed to be like, "Ooh, I'm going to be sympathetic to like." For
right.
well,
me,
a lot
what
more
I
than
love about reading this book, it's not the characters at all. It's just fun to see like what's happening. Like I'm just it's almost like I'm just kind of reading it for the shock and awe, if you will. Like
Yeah,
I just
Yeah,
I'm like I don't know what's going to happen next. It's
there
like a train wreck and I can't turn away. Like it's just happening.
he is giving a lot more character development in this for the Nemesis character versus the original series was much more shock and awe. This is just he actually gives him like a background story, more fleshed
Right.
out, which I do
Um
like. But knowing I've read the first story, I'm always wondering like because I don't believe everything at face value when
yep.
it comes to Mark Millar.
Yep. One thing
But
that's interesting here, sorry Zach, you're going to get spoiled. But
that's okay.
um the thing one of the things I was most intrigued about this issue, where I guess I'll say this issue held the most value for me, was this flashback scene where we get the kid who's crawling down. He has got, it's one of those his tests that the assassins are training him. Um, my interest is piqued. I love the mystery of like, who are these assassins? Like, I don't know who they are. Like, what's their motives truly? I don't know. And I love how Miller is kind of keeping me guessing. So that has me on the hook. But then also he gets to this point where there's a scene. He's like, when I got to the bottom, the master's waiting with a book he told me held the world's biggest secret. And I'm like, ooh, world's biggest secret. Okay, flip the page. What am I supposed to do with this? Read it. This book can never leave this chamber, so you only have as long as it takes this candle to burn down. What's it about? It's the memoirs of the president between Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan, the commander in chief America forgot. The answer to life's biggest mystery can be found in these pages, and the double mystery of what the book even is. So the title of the book is White House in Crisis, President Edward Gerald Marshall. Now, for those of you who may not be as old as me and aren't up to date on your presidential history, there was no actual real president between Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan. Many of you probably know that, but I'm not going to assume our younger listeners may know that. So this Marshall character, because I was reading the book, I was like, President Marshall. I was like, who the hell's that? And then he explains here between. So immediately, and I love that sort of, like, when you get into like tinfoil hat conspiracy stuff. I'm like all ears. I love like X-Files weird shit. What was the name of that James Tynion book that he's doing?
Oh, Permanent Truth.
Oh,
Permanent Truth.
Department of Truth,
Department of
right?
Truth. That's
I
it. Yep,
love
yep,
that
he's got
sort
it.
of stuff. So when this got introduced, I was like, wait, there's a president that was erased. Like, so this was Mark throwing a curveball in the story. Like, I'm like, who are these assassins guys? Like, wait, what is going on now? I thought this was just to train this kid to be evil. Now there's this grand like governmental like global conspiracy that like erased an entire president of the United States. Totally out of nowhere, comes out of like I was like, what is going on? So, and then of course I love. It's just such a comic booky thing. One of the things I love about Mark Millar, two things I love about Mark Millar's comics. Number one is he's such an efficient storyteller. He doesn't waste time. If you ever read comics today and you feel like, God, this takes forever, I just read 20 pages and nothing happened, that decompression feeling of like writing for the trade, Mark Millar is the opposite. It's like roller coaster ride. It just boom, you're going, and it's just boom. He just doesn't miss a beat, and the pacing, he's super efficient. Sometimes too much in the case of that vampire book, in my opinion, that we're reading, but that's just a nitpick. I love that. But also I love is just his comic booky nature of how he approaches things. Like I just love how villainous and like just stereotypical like mastermindy kind of thing is. Like the villain's like, you have as long as this candle to burn down to read the entire book and memorize it. Like it was just a cool line to say that only would probably work in a comic book. Like it's just so ludicrous, but it's that flavoring. It's like the spices into this world that just makes me kind of giddy and just enjoy that I'm reading a comic book.
Well, it's also like there's a page in the second volume or the second issue where it's like he has to hold on to the wall of a waterfall for 3 days
Yeah.
before he can continue. And so yeah, it's kind of like maybe somebody could do it, but it's like no, there's no way your normal ordinary Joe is going to be able to do that. So yeah, I think it does add that comic book flavor, like this almost impossible seeming task. I do like that though.
Yeah. What about you, Vankman? You got anything to add to that? Or...
Like I said, it is kind of. I'm seeing some similarities in some of the art here too. I'm also seeing like when he's climbing down the ravine. It's like I've been here for 3 days climbing down there. I'm looking how they draw his fingers, and is this the same artist that's on Night, like or the nightclub?
No, this is
I don't think so.
this is Jorge
Oh.
Jimenez.
Okay,
Yeah.
because because the way they draw it, and I'm kind of going into that too, how they draw the characters, the storytelling. But yeah, as far as the whole thing, the conspiracy now we got a conspiracy. It's like I said, this is tripping me up because like I said, I don't take Mark at face value. I read the first series, and that was a plot twist ending.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said, I'm wondering like, okay, we're being shown all this. How do we know he's actually giving you the correct like origin story?
Right.
How do we know this isn't just made up as a red herring and you find out it's not even the same guy?
Right. No, very, very, very good point. Mark Millar writes sometimes very much like a stage magician. Like he understands how to direct your attention into a certain way while he does something else, so that by the end, what you expect to come around, the other thing that you weren't paying attention to comes, and then you get what feels like those twists. And what I love about that is you go back and you go, oh, it was there the whole time. I just didn't see it because he made me like it's called a red herring, right? And it's a writing technique that goes back forever. A lot of writers don't know how to use it, and you don't have to use it. Not every story calls for red herrings. Some people can get tired of that, where they just go, oh, like M. Night Shyamalan made his whole career, after Sixth Sense, like every movie, a big twist, and people kind of just like, oh, I'm tired of this. Like, just tell a straightforward story. You don't need to do those, but I do love because I feel the same way as you do, RDV. I'm like read the books and I'm like, wait a second, this is I don't know, Mark, I'm on to you. Like I don't think this is gonna play out like you're expect. Like I feel like I'm being misled. Like so. But it keeps you on
Yeah,
your toes because you don't know where it's going.
because you can show this kid, and then we find out the guy is going around killing them. Like could be avenging someone that he knew.
Right.
Taking like a false identity. And like just because that's the thing. It's like Mark. The fact it's called Reloaded. This is a reboot of a story he did years ago,
Mhm.
and that he did plot twist in that one. I'm thinking like remember he's gonna make it. I'm like, how much is he making a difference, and how much is he keeping the same? Because he has a way of writing things, and that's what too with me. It's always it's as a reader, I'm getting caught up in my own ideas, my own conspiracies, because like, and that's what Mark does.
There's a
Um,
reason. Like he's not writing this just so he can retread the same story.
exactly,
So
but
there's a reason that he sat down and was like, you know what? I want to do this again because I have something specific I want to do that's different than the first time.
but
Yeah.
how much is he keeping of the original? Saying he might, like I said, this could be a red herring as far as like a totally different story than what we're gonna get as the character later on. This could be one of many Nemesis, or it could be like we're just seeing this kid, and he's like, I don't, what does that have to do with this, And the one we're seeing now, maybe he has, as far as we know, maybe his parents were the junkies. Maybe his parents were tied to Edward Jared Ford Marshall. Maybe we don't know what the connection is to that. Maybe his dad was the president. You
Right?
know,
Like I don't know. Like uh, yeah. So anyways, this whole book, this issue was just kind of was borderline. It was getting to a point where I was like, okay, Nemesis is going to wear out his welcome for me. I enjoy the character. He's a total bad guy. He's not someone you're supposed to like. He's a total dick. He's killing cops. He's bad. I'm okay with that. I'm enjoying this high octane storyline, but there's only so much of like every issue of just him killing people and things blowing up before I'm going to like lose interest. So I feel like Mark here was kind of like knowing that. Like he's like, oh, because he's telling the story, okay. Because remember where we left off last time, they were at the helicopter, and Nemesis like flies through the helicopter and kidnaps the chief of police. So that's picks up right there, and you're like, whoa.
Right.
And so we get all that. We get him going out on the boat and murdering more cops and stuff. And you're like, okay, just when you're starting to feel like, okay, like how long is this going to go on? We get we get this whole cut to flashback. Okay, well, okay, more
yeah,
flashback, and then like, wait, what? Record scratch moment. Now I'm like my interest in the story is like rejuvenated. You know, it was like slowly dying, getting less interesting, and then boom, refill the meter. Like, okay, I'm back to the tension. Um, and then he just gives you just enough. It's only 3 pages. It's not a ton of like backstory. There's not a lot of character development. It's just a little incident that happens. And Mark's okay. I teased you enough. Okay, no, let's go back. So we're back to the city. I think it's L.A. Am
Yeah, I
I
think
right?
so. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and we get this whole scene with the trucks. Like the National Guard's been called in, and Nemesis is facing off against the National Guard, and he's got these semis with a bunch of arrows on them, and you're like, what the heck? And so he faces off, and he's like, so the National Guard's like, what's this guy talking about? We got tanks, like what? And he's just facing him, and I just look at the expression, the confidence, the arrogance on his face. He's just like, you got 20 seconds to abandon your position. My suicide bomber is already on her way. And then like, wait, what? How do you create a suicide bomber? What the hell? And then that's a good question. So Mark Millar proceeds to tell you the story of how you create a suicide bomber. And I won't spoil all that to give Zach something fresh to read, but needless to say, the suicide bomber comes and you realize what those arrows are were directing her how to fly this plane in and suicide crash it into the National Guard.
Yeah.
This comic is pure absurdity, but like on such a level uh, that
It's high octane explosions.
it's high octane absurdity and just enjoyment. Like it makes me giddy to read it. I almost feel bad because the character is kind of disgusting, and I'm like, there's not a lot of like moral value of this book.
Right.
But I stick with it only because I don't feel like Mark is glorifying it anyway and trying to say like that Nemesis is the good guy or that we should sympathize with him. I feel like
Right.
he's really pointing out like this dude's terrible, but he's writing a train wreck. Like he knows that he's writing something not to
Mhm.
get you to feel for the character, but rather to be like, I just gonna get you to not want to turn away and just to find out what happens next. And that's
Right.
where he has me. Um,
It's Fast and the Furious without the family value.
yeah. Yeah, there's no family value here. And then this was kind of made me think of like the last page here of like Babini Lass. He just see him with his tongue sticking out. Let's fuck this city up. Um, he's just a bad dude.
At that point, he reminded me of Bullseye.
Yeah, he does kind of remind me of Bullseye.
Kinda. You know what? I could see that. Yeah.
So, Austin says, I don't think I've ever heard anyone pronounce James Tynan's name the same. That's because it doesn't look like how it's pronounced. It's pronounced
I've seen
It's pronounced
I've
James
seen
Tynan. I
yeah
had said it James Tinian for so long, and so
yeah
many people
yeah.
have said
I've
it
said
James Tinian.
yeah.
I will sometimes still say it that way, but it's James Tynan. Same with Mark Miller. I often
Mhm.
say Mark Millar because it looks like Millar, and I said it that way so long,
Right.
and then I found out it's just pronounced Miller.
See, so
But
it is Miller time.
yeah, it is Miller time. But
I guess like I said, I probably said so many names wrong. I don't care anymore. I just say it the way I say it.
Yeah.
Unless I actually had the guy on, I'll ask you like, what's how do you pronounce your name? No.
Look,
I
we can all
genuinely
agree
like
though. Go ahead.
I genuinely like to try to pronounce people's names correctly if I can. Sometimes I don't know how to pronounce it, so I butcher it. But if I know it,
Yeah.
I feel bad like knowing I know how to say your name correctly, but I'm saying it wrong on purpose. Like I feel bad. Like I think it's kind of I don't know.
We can all agree though. It should always be pronounced Krypton, not Krypton.
Yeah.
So I'm going back to the CBR article that he in Jorge Jimenez did an interview back in December. He says like it where did he say? He's like this book is not what you think it's about, and when you get to the last issue, it's such a forward smack. I think people will love it. But he said before that, he said this is the same fun basic idea carried into logical conclusion. We also get an origin for him here, which he didn't have much room for before, and a real terrific mystery that begins in issue 3. So So he'd give him an origin story. But he says he's like, so when you get to the end, you're gonna smack your face. Well, how did I see this coming?
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am
Yeah.
looking forward to having a resolution to this story where it's just not a bad dude who just murdered a bunch of people at the end. Like
Yeah.
I need something more than that. But it's been a fun ride so far. Someone asked, I think it was Eloise, is this a good book? I would say yes, it is a good book, but
My
it's
prediction,
not
though?
going to be for everybody.
My prediction at the end, he's gonna put on a manga cap.
Jeez, no.
Oh, good lord. Oh,
This
God.
this is, and I think what we described tonight, anyone that watched, I think we've given you enough information to know if this would be something that would be up your alley or not. I think for what it is, I think it's very well done. If this is something that you would not enjoy, sometimes it doesn't matter how well done it is. You know, if you hate
I'm
seafood,
curious though. Will the villain win in this one, or they think they're gonna have the hero get the last minute win, the last issue, or it'll be one of
we don't
those where
even
he
have a
wins.
hero yet.
Yeah, there is no
no,
hero.
or well, like I said, he's going after the mayor or whoever the guy is. Like my thing is like, because you could do that where he wins the battle, but it's far from over. Like one of those crappy endings where it's like, oh, he won, but oh crap, we didn't really win. It's like, so, or you could get the straight up where the villain just wins. Yeah.
Well, speaking of the mayor, there's the mayor there. So the cover of the next
Yep.
issue, it's got the mayor with the gun. So maybe we're gonna see a face down with the mayor fights. Fights
Will the mayor's wife
Nemesis.
survive though? Will the mayor's wife be killed next? Are we taking bets, boys?
Dude, Mark Millar, he's just like, so everything I've seen from this story so far, and like I don't even know, man. He can take such wild swerves in the storytelling. Like, I don't even know what I would bet on. Like, I mean, I feel like it's too on the nose to assume that his wife would die. Like, I don't know. That feels like too much of a like a misdirect to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel a hard turn coming somewhere. Like I feel he's pushing like he's pushing a narrative and sort of a style and just an emotional like I think he's pushing it so hard in order to like pull that rug out from under you to make it feel like, you know what I'm saying, like he's committing so hard to the bit that I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Because I as you're reading this, you're like, this can't be all it's about. It can't just all be about Nemesis hurting people. Like it's dude, and that whole, now I'm intrigued. Like I'm like, what's going on with this president? I want a whole series that's like about this mysterious missing president. Like I don't know what he's gonna do. It's really fun though. That's what I'll say to anyone. This is not my favorite comic. This is not even my favorite Mark Millar comic.
Here's my prediction.
But it's really fun to read. Like I do not feel like every month it comes out, I don't go, oh, I'm kind of bored with this. Like I am interested. Mark has got my interest like peaked every issue, and I'm just like I need to know what happens next. And that's a good ride. So I recommend it for that.
So here's my prediction. This kid, the guy we grew up to be Nemesis, his parents probably were the president. You know, I'm assuming that, and they basically his parents were junkies and all. Maybe so like I said, we know it has to do something with the president stuff. So I'm assuming his parents were wrongful victims because they figured maybe they used to work one with the work to use for the secret
what
government.
If his parents were like Hunter Biden is to Joe Biden, but like it's this Marshall guy?
Like his parents, like maybe his dad worked for the president.
Yeah, or like was related to the president or
Yeah,
something.
or so they had to like wipe him out to make because like maybe his dad was going to squeal, finally, and they're wrapping up stuff. This guy here, the mayor, used to be a secret agent. He was part of the president's secret agent team, Secret Service. Like I said, like it was all about covering up, So his parents were wrongfully killed, given this bad raps.
Maybe the leader of that cult or whatever is like we don't know.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, dude, that's just it though. There's like so many turns that this could take. Like that's part of the fun. Is just like what avenue is Lar gonna take us down?
Yeah, I gotta say though, like I do like Nemesis as a character, but not as like not on a personal level. I just think he's
Mhm.
like just look at the way Jorge draws him, like his expression here on this cover. It's just such a
That is
like a taunting, like, nah, haha, got you. Like he's like
he.
such a great villain. Like and he's so unstoppable that you're just like, damn it, he can't.
Like I said, he's got to have fun just drawing Batman in serious moody time, not drawing a Batman that's happy and laughing.
I am really reading this. I'm really excited to see what Mark Millar does with him when he does like that big Millerverse crossover comic coming out later this year.
All right.
Big time. I'm really curious to see like how Nemesis like especially like how he relates and gets along with like other characters if they're able to like dive into that. It's really got me curious for that.
Yeah,
Well, I can honestly say I have no idea where this is going. So wherever it goes, at the very least, it's not predictable. Um, Mark Miller is one of my favorite guys in comics. Constantly keeps me entertained. That's why I buy pretty much any book that he does. Speaking of other books, we covered on the show. We did Nightclub. And here's the premise: You're 17. You've been bitten by a vampire. What would you do? This is a $1.99. We've hyped it up a million times. Buy the book. Eric Breen, who is in the chat right now, he even supports the book. And Eric Breen, he doesn't read indies, so it must be good.
Yeah.
and
Uh,
we also mentioned the last time we did a review on that the guy who turned him is the same guy at the end of book 3, I think it is,
mhm,
who shows up with the evil granny vampire.
right. And then one of my favorite Mark Miller books ever was his collaboration with Frank Quiley for Jupiter's Legacy, the original one, and because not all Jupiter's Legacy books are the same, but the original series was fan freaking tastic, and I'm looking forward to this Ambassadors. It's got a premise that, unsurprisingly, reminds me of 8 Billion Genies, but it this premise hooks me. 8 billion people, six can have powers. Who do you choose? I'm immediately
How do we?
like, oh, that sounds like a good premise. Like that's like a
Well,
perfect elevator pitch.
Yeah.
here's even better pitch.
Short and
8
sweet.
billion people can only have 3 creative teams writing comic books. Who do you choose?
Uh, um, Mark Miller. Uh,
You get 3 artists and 3 writers.
I'll take Mark Miller. I'll take Mark Miller and Frank Quiley. I'll take um man, it's a tough one. I'll take
I know. Shoot.
our boy Jonathan Hickman.
Yeah.
Who do I pair him with?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of actually.
I don't know who I pair him with. And then the third, who do I pick as a third?
Chris Campbell.
What is the matter with you?
Vita Alea.
God dog it.
Ayala.
Bateman just goes for chaos. I'm gonna pick
That's
the worst possible teams.
it's a really tough
Holy-
one, man. Like maybe Jeff Johns or maybe Robert Venditti.
Mm. Yeah, I would do Jeff Johns probably with. I'd pair him with Dale Eaglesham again because I know they did work on one of his
That's pretty
JSA
good.
arcs. I would want to keep Kirkman and Chris Samney together. From Firepower. If Robert Kirkman, if Skybound actually does end up getting the license to GI Joe, I would love to see Chris Samney draw GI Joe.
I'd love to see Chris Samney back on Firepower.
Or back on Firepower too. But
Yeah.
I would also love to see him draw GI Joe. Like if he did like a snake, if he drew Snake Eyes, that would be so cool. So yeah, Kirkman and Samney, Jeff Johns and Eaglesham, and
Do you know who I'd pick?
for a third one, I don't know. Oh, I would do Jeremy Adams. Here's who I would pair Jeremy Adams with though. Todd Knock. I'd pair him with Todd Knock. I think they have like that family friendly, like all ages vibe, but they can also pack like a lot of humor and emotion. Like I know
So-
Knock can do that, and I know
So,
Adams does that with his writing.
You've already failed by not mentioning the best writing team there is.
Oh wow, I forgot Todd McFarlane. Dang.
Ed Brubaker and Sean Phillips, you fiend.
You're right, I did. Well, you're right. They are good. They are good.
I don't know whether to love Venkman or hate him. Sometimes,
I don't know.
there's
It's a little of both.
it's a good thing, you know. Ed Brubaker is in another world, like he's another level.
Mhm.
I just don't think of Ed. This is gonna sound weird. I don't think of Ed Brubaker when I think of comics because I really feel like when I read Criminal, it's like a whole. It's like it's an evolved. It's not really comics anymore. It's transcended
Yeah.
comics. Like
It's like a novel. I mean, that's how I see it. It's like a novel, pretty much. Like I don't see maybe it's just because I never read them as individual issues, but I have a hard time seeing Fade Out or Criminal like as individual floppy issues.
also, I see comics as like superhero fare. So
Mhm.
if I can only have, and I'm
Um,
thinking like Marvel, DC, if I can only have 3 writer artist teams, as
Mhm.
much as I like Ed Brubaker, he did some cool stuff. His Marvel stuff was really, really good. Top 10%. Not the best stuff I ever read. His independent criminal stuff, like I said, a whole nother level.
Yeah.
But
Ed Brubaker,
Currently-
Winter Soldier, baby. That's what I like.
it was good. Not as good
Yeah,
as
it
his
was-
criminal
it was
stuff.
excellent.
Listen, it was good.
It was good. It was,
Yeah.
dude. His Winter Soldier stuff was not as good as Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four.
I'm happy with
I've got
Morani's
to
pick.
agree with them. Yeah.
Morani is choosing Bob Layden, Dave Michelin, Clayman, and Jeremy Adams, and Robert Venetti and Ivan Rice.
I like Clayman with Jeremy Adams, actually. That doesn't sound half bad. Can we get
Of
more
course.
Clayman Batgirl?
Eric
Like,
going the extra hard on
He's
this and
gotta
saying
pick the
Gabby
national
Rivera.
treasure.
Breen.
It's tough, man. It's really tough picking 3.
I know.
It is.
That's why I said 3.
5
Yeah.
would be easier, but yeah, 3 makes you think like, who would I cut?
Well,
Yeah.
because man, I even have to second guess my Jonathan Hickman pick
Right?
because man,
Like,
he
who-
did some amazing shit, but not recently. If I all of a sudden I remember
it
like
has
what his
been a
X-Men
while.
stuff was, and I'm like, oh,
It's basically like your Trinity. Your writer's Trinity.
if I'm getting X-Men Jonathan Hickman, I don't want that.
Zach, too close to the mic.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're
And
wind
then
tunnel here.
there's the fact that I think some writers are really good on short-term projects,
Mm-hmm.
and some writers are better like long-term. And so, do I want a writer who can turn out a really good 6-issue miniseries? Well, that's great.
I guess-
But if
guess-
if they're the only
I guess
writers
that-
I get, I kind of want a writer who's
I want
maybe
someone
not
who can
as
take the long term.
amazing, but is consistent long-term, like a Chuck Dixon, you know, who Chuck Dixon's never written anything that's like my favorite. But man, when it just comes to like being solid for like years on after years, month after month. Like he's just really solid.
Give me Roger Stern and Jerry Ordway. Man, doing
Roger
that
Stern's
stuff. I
pretty
love
good.
that.
Yeah, it's tough. Also, I got to take him at like current time, so that's why I didn't pick Chris Claremont. In the '80s, I'd have picked
Well,
Chris Claremont.
okay,
But
I'll
today
make
he's
it, I'll
not
make it
the
easy.
same.
I'll make it easy for you. They can, no matter how old they are, they still write as awesome as they
Well, I
did.
can
when
go
they-
back in time. I can just pick.
We can go
Yeah,
back in
yeah,
time.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
I didn't know that was an
Oh.
option.
That doesn't
Oh,
make
well,
it easier.
It wasn't. It wasn't. It
Does
wasn't an
not make it
option.
easier.
I wanted to make it easier for.
Now there's more choices. Now I'm like, do I pick
What if-
Frank
wait,
Miller? Because Frank
What
Miller's
happens
on the
if you
table.
get? What if you get an artist that is also a writer? Can you cheat, or like, will that give me an extra writer or an extra?
You
Like, if
cannot.
I
No,
get-
no.
If I get
it's a
John
pairing.
Byrne, oh, it's a pairing.
It's a pairing. Yeah.
You got a total of
So-
6.
You can take John Byrne with John Byrne, or you can take John Byrne and give him an artist.
Well, then that would I would have 5.
No,
If I have
you
to
get
have
a
6,
pairing.
that means I could have 2. I could have 2 artists and write. No,
You get a pairing. And that
I'm
pairing
trying-
can
I'm
be the
trying to
same
find a
guy.
loophole.
You can't cheat the system. But if
can't
I
have
could
the
go
same
back in
guy. No.
time, I would have to replace Jonathan Hickman with Frank Miller.
Feel the dream situation.
Frank Miller at his peak, and I would take David Mazzucchelli as his artist. As much as I love
I
Frank
thi-
Miller as an artist, oh, that's a tough one, man. Because
this is really. I would probably replace.
I also
Probably
say this: they don't have these artists don't necessarily have to work with the same writers. You can switch them around later on. So that makes
Oh,
it
see,
easy.
this is too much to come up with on the fly. I have to like write out a list.
It's been
I'm
5
gonna-
years, Zach. I'm not ready.
I'm not ready. Like I'd have to take Jeremy Adams. I might replace him with John Byrne. God, I don't even know what artist I'd pair him with.
Marania had it. She knows
George
what she
Perez. Oh yeah, John Byrne and George Perez. Boom.
wants. Yeah.
Okay.
Man. I know it's tough.
God, man, you're giving me a migraine doing all this brain work. I was here
You
to
know
talk
what?
about comics.
You forgot about.
Not do these equations in my head.
I'll
Look, if
just say,
I-
Zach, I'm ashamed of you. You forgot Joshua Williamson.
I'm gonna tell you,
Oh, I was thinking about
he's
him
not
actually
a
when you were
Josh
talking.
Williamson fan. Don't.
I am a Josh Williamson fan. Look, you were talking about Chuck Dixon and like how he did long-term storytelling. Like Josh Williamson wrote a really
tell me
long,
again.
consistent, good flash run.
Tell me again, what was the last independent Josh Williamson book you bought?
Independent. I haven't read his indie one. It was Dark Ride was the one that he wrote, right?
That's the one he's currently doing that you're not buying.
Currently writing. Yeah. What was the other? Oh, there was another one that you gave me a hard time about.
Nail Biter, Birthright,
Birthright. That's it. Yeah.
Ghosted. So, yeah, you
That's
like
called
you
Ghost
you
Page.
enjoy him.
We've
at DC.
established.
You enjoy. him
We've
at DC.
established this. I'm a casual
You're
fan.
a
All right,
casual
I am with Keanu and I am with Josh Williamson, but just because I'm casual doesn't mean.
So if I can cast them on books as well,
Yeah.
then I'm gonna have to go
Yeah.
back and pull out a time, late '80s Chris Claremont with Jim Lee on X-Men.
Oh,
Just think
Okay.
this way.
That
This
is
way.
that's number one. Like
Just think about it this way. You were choosing 3 writers to save the world. They can impress these alien lords.
I doubt. I
Then
doubt
I'm-
the
then
alien
I'm-
lords are gonna save us.
then I'm taking Frank Miller with. Oh, gosh, do I want him
Klaus
as his own
Janson.
artist or not? Dave Mazzucchelli, because I want Dave Mazzucchelli, and he can be on Daredevil or Batman. I don't care. We'll do one of the. He can flip flop back and forth. And then I'm gonna take. Oh, man, now I don't know, because when you open it up to the time, who are the all-time greats? Like my favorites.
Well,
Yeah.
if you went current, you don't read that many books. It'd be easier for you. If you went current, I mean,
Current it's kind of easier because there's not as many.
all your favorites are pretty much out of the business.
I mean, some of the writers today are as good as any of the writers from the past. They just don't.
Yeah.
They don't get to write Like, dude,
No.
I think Vendetti is as good as any writer from the 80s. Like he would have been a standout. He just what does he get to write? Like
Yeah.
DC's keeping him in a I don't know, keeping him in a basement somewhere. He should be on a major title, showing off his talent. But
Yeah, instead they just have him on like miniseries, like Superman 78 or whatever.
Austin says he'll
It's
just take Will
unfortunate.
Eisner, Will Eisner, and Will Eisner.
Will Eisner.
I'm going Ram V and Dev Prominik.
Oh, look at
Oh.
For
you!
Esau.
Look at RDV like upping his game.
Yeah.
You know what?
And
I might just retract and let's say since I get to have Claremont and Frank Miller in their prime, then I will be okay with that's my super. I'll take Ed Brubaker, and Sean Phillips do whatever they want. You guys just do whatever you want. I don't even care because it's amazing. And if I could just have those three, I would be happy with comics. Nah, I would still miss stuff, man.
Yeah. I was about to say, would I really be happy with 3 teams? No. I think I'd have to have at least 5.
I miss Jeff Johns, man.
Yeah, right? Like I have to have Jeff Johns. He is my modern day comic writing goat. I gotta have Johns.
And Jeremy Adams, because he's basically
Jeremy Adams is see, that's the thing, is I like Jeremy Adams, but if I can only have 3, then I'd have to drop him. And he because he writes movies and stuff, I would have to drop him for like Byrne or
Plus,
somebody else.
you guys really like the Flash book, but have you read him write anything else?
That's his first. Flash is his first and only book that he's written.
Right.
Yeah.
Very first one.
He's
does
written
some movies.
Yeah, he does the Legos Flash movies. He's done what else did he work?
He wrote the Super Sons movie, didn't
he? Super Sons. Yeah, I did that too.
Yeah. He's got and of course he's going over to Green Lantern here, so I'll follow him over there.
So I would say wait and see, like if he does a really outstanding job on Green Lantern, that'll be a clue to be like, oh, this guy is something special. If he goes over and he's just kind of average on Green Lantern, you're gonna be like, oh, maybe he was just new to Flash. Because some people can excel on like a certain character.
Ooh,
yeah, because Flash because Wally and Hal are 2 very different characters. So I am curious to see how he does with Hal.
We have here hot take from Marania. Jim Lee is not even close to my favorite artist ever. His art is way too complicated with too many lines in it.
I've actually heard, not relating to his art, but I've actually heard Jim Lee is not too great of a guy to work with, I think, or to work at least under at on comics. I actually like I like Jim Chung. His art is similar, but I actually like his a little bit more.
You know what?
I like Jim Chung, but I don't think he's similar to Jim Lee.
You don't think so? I see some similarities. Maybe it's just like in the headshots, maybe.
You know what?
I think Brett Booth is kind of a Jim Lee
Brett Booth's
guys.
Yeah, I could see it.
Talk about missed opportunities. The great Gil Kane working with Jeff Johns would have been awesome.
God, no. I'm sorry. Gil Kane can stay in the past. I don't need to be looking up the noses of modern day comics.
Helam says
no.
Jim Lee is too overrated.
You know what? I kind of agree. I kind of agree.
No, if you're reading X-Men in the late 80s, early 90s.
But he wasn't overrated back then, though. Nowadays, I feel like he's overrated.
Yeah, you say he's like kind of like the Alex Ross now of today. This basically does cover art.
No, because Alex Ross is still good. Like,
how could he not be overrated then, but overrated now? The reason that he's
wasn't he
today
new back
is
then?
because of back then. and I'll have you know, back then, most of the comics had like good art, and Jim Lee still stood out as
that Claremont Jim Lee. I like Claremont.
Okay.
Yeah, that 1991 X-Men series with Jim Lee and Claremont.
I'll agree. That was 30 years ago, and Jim Lee is every artist ages, and they lose a step, right? You know,
right.
Look at JRJR. Like, it's time for him to retire.
He never was good. All right.
Jim Lee,
get out of here with that.
Yeah, you're
He's only as
absolutely
good as his
wrong.
anchor made him.
No, you're absolutely wrong. But
You mean JRSR is better?
no,
Yes.
JR is better than his father.
Nope. Oh, you're
yes.
smoking crack now.
Nope.
You're mid,
I'm not.
sir. You're mid.
You like Crystal, just like Zach over there.
So my point though is Jim Lee like if you look at X-Men has some of the greatest artists in comic book history on that line. And when Jim Lee took over, he was taking over from Mark Silvestri, who at the time,
Right.
was like the super hot artist. Jim Lee managed to stand out even against Mark Silvestri. I mean, X-Men had Art Adams. Art Adams almost never did interior artwork, but he did
All
it
right,
for.
So we're gonna make it easier. The writer can be an artist. So you have so you're gonna have 3 people to choose from now. So
Writer
you could
be
have
an
Byrne.
artist.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The writer is also the artist. You can have George Byrne
Yeah.
as one of your 3, or you can have any other artists or writers.
That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to like get a loophole in there. So like if I picked a writer artist combo, could I get like 2 of them and then also get 2 pairs of one writer and one artist? I was trying to cheat the system.
Well,
I couldn't do that.
You wouldn't have 6 then. You would just have.
I would. No, wait. So wait. So now the goal is to have less than 6 creators.
Well, you're gonna have 3 writers and 3 artists.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to have. Not
3 writers, 3 artists.
So otherwise, if you're gonna do that, then you forfeit another artist. You just
But here's the thing. If I could have 2 guys who are both artists and writers, then I could also have 2 writers and 2 artists, and I still end up with 6 people. But I have 4 creative teams or 4 titles conceivably that could be.
Because my thing is that I was saying the artist is the artist. The writer is not drawing. That's what I was talking about originally.
I'm withdrawing from this because my head is hurting too much.
So what Bankman was trying to say was, if you picked before, you couldn't pick a writer who would draw his own work. So if you pick John Byrne couldn't draw for himself. He had to have someone else draw.
Exactly.
All he's doing it now is saying you can have Byrne.
Why wouldn't you want George Byrne drawing his own book?
Because George Byrne is a dead actor.
I would.
That's true too.
Well, no,
honestly. Well, now we have the time travel thing. You get somebody from whatever time.
That's what I mean. You can have George Byrne. Sorry, George Byrne. John Burns. You can have John Byrne writing, with Dan Moore doing the art.
Ooh, Dan Mora. I forgot about him for a second. Wow, he is a good artist. Shoot. I'm withdrawing. I've got to think more on this. Is not a off the top of my head answer kind of question. I have to like seriously think about this one.
The prize for this game is having the BRZRKR having the best picks.
It's a no prize. Who decides what's the best pick? Because what if I pick creators that you don't like?
The audience.
Like you could say I have George Bell as one of my artists. I hate that because I don't like George Bell.
George Bell, a talk show host?
No, he's what was he, an anchor?
No, you're thinking of Art Bell.
Art Bell.
Yeah,
sorry.
George Bell was
George
was
Norrie
an artist.
Art Bell.
Yeah, George Bell was a really less than mid.
Oh my, you were just a hater.
You're smoking crack that is laced with other crack.
No, the haters are the ones shitting on Jim Lee. This is nuts.
I'm not doing that to Jim Lee.
I know.
I'm just saying he's a little over.
I didn't say you, Mr. Guilty Conscience. If the shoe doesn't fit, don't try to force it on.
The shoe doesn't quit. I don't have to acquit.
I would take Megan Fitzmartin, Brian Michael Bendis, and Vita Alea as the writer.
Bendis from which era though? Are we talking like
current
modern Bendis or like early 2000s?
Modern Bendis, Superman Bendis.
Early 2000s Bendis, I would still take.
You're high.
T. Franklin.
You only get 3 and
Petey
comic
Howard.
history, and you'd pick Bendis.
No, but if I had to pick one of those 3, I'm taking early 2000s Bendis.
Like this is your torture for the rest of your life. Like in hell,
like,
you had
gun to my head. If these aliens that we're supposed to be appeasing have a laser You have to pick Fitzmartin, Vita Ayala, or Bendis. I'm gonna pick
Imagine
Bendis.
that you're in the pit of hell. They get these only 3 comic books you can read, and these are the creators you got a choice from: Bendis, Vita, Teeny Howard, what was it? T. Franklin,
They're all the same woman. What are you talking about?
Gabby Rivera.
That's 5. You've
Megan
named 5
Fitzmartin.
now.
Megan Fitzmartin.
I thought we were sticking to 3. Why are you
I'm just
now
saying.
like
I'm just
doubling
saying.
it?
Out of those 6, you have to choose 3.
Oh God. To read their work, right? Not like be with them.
You're
in
forced to read
person.
their work. So, what is the less painful for you?
Bendis.
You're opening way too big. We'll save this one for the next week.
Yeah, I was about to say this is rabbit hold. Isn't there like a game? Don't we play like the row of League of Comic Geeks game by now?
Yeah, this all started just because I was talking about ambassadors, and then Bankman took it into like the nine
he
planes of hell.
He took a Mark Millar. He took a page out of Mark Millar's book and just did a hard swerve
Yeah,
turn.
he did. Yeah, he did.
I am Nemesis. That's why.
Melania says she
is the
respectfully
Nemesis.
disagrees with the title of hater when it comes to not liking Jim Lee art. I have a valid criticism of his style. I've tried drawing his art. It's a pain in the butt to replicate.
I listened to beat in there. I had
That's
Teeny
how
Howard.
valid that is. Like he's hard to do.
Well,
like that seems to
fair.
edge towards him being better, but look,
Marsh-
yes, art is subjective. No matter how good art is, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to subjectively work with you.
Yeah.
I don't take the position that art is subjective means it's purely subjective. There is objectively good and objectively bad art, but within that objectivity, everyone has a subjective reaction to it. And so there's going to be people. That's why there's never going to be a best artist. You're going to have a group of like the top artists, and then people are going to have typically their favorites within that group because they're the good ones. And Jim Lee, I understand he's not everyone's. He's not even my favorite artist of all time, but he is my favorite on X-Men. And when he was doing X-Men, it was just stellar. I that was why I was into comics. I never enjoyed comics more than that time. So if I could get that back, I would.
I can agree as far as with the line art stuff. I when I first discovered Mark Silvestri, I hated his art. But reading him on Batman, holy crap, has it changed my mind opinion on his art, the way he does things.
Yeah. Brooks is in the house. What's up, Jimmy? He says he disagrees. Mignola is the best. So there you go.
Of course, you see that. Yeah, Jimmy.
He's the only one who thinks so, but you know it's good. It's good that Mignola has a fan out there.
Yeah, Mignola's art is all right. It's not my favorite, but I do appreciate his style.
You'd say he's mid.
It's interesting.
I put him slightly above mid. I'd say C+.
I like Mignola's art. I don't like it as comic book art. I feel like if I had like a Mignola, like a piece of work like on the wall,
like a poster or something.
I would be like, oh, this is nice, but his style is too. It's like almost too abstract for like good storytelling for me. So it takes away a little bit. I don't hate it. I just feel like it's too overly stylized for sequential art.
I get that. I can totally see where you're coming from with that. I like it too, but I kind of in the same boat. I think it works better as like wall art or poster art versus something like you said, sequential.
Speaking of boats, let's rock this boat. Let's go to number 12.
BRZRKR. My love for you is ticking clock, BRZRKR.
Quiet. No one wants to hear that.
Eric Breen says Mike Mignola.
No.
Roasted. Okay, so this is not really so much about Berserker 12. It's sort of just a comment on the whole series. It wrapped up, was like last week or the week before. We didn't get a chance to cover it because we missed last week's show. This is a comic that both Venkman and I are reading, or we were reading. We finished, and this was a much hyped book. Obviously, because Keanu Reeves. They had a huge Kickstarter, massively successful as far as terms of comic book sales. Matt Kent is one of the better writers in comic books. He's the co-writer of this. The way I understand it is that Keanu Reeves kind of more of like a plotter, and Matt Kent is sort of the screenwriter or the script writer. Bankman, your thoughts on Berserker?
Started off strong. It was going great. And then for me, it didn't stick the landing.
No.
Became a snot Snyder.
Oh, Snot Rider?
The rudeness that just, wow, you couldn't even get one sentence. You just, man.
Wow. Which
Because
is
the
funny
ending,
because he
diss
he
my
likes Snot
boy.
Rider.
it's the ending became just so like a trope that I've seen before. The gore though, I'd say that the gore here is like just on. I love it, but like I just don't like how it ended, and like I said, it does leave it open for me personally. I thought it was an opening ending. Like you could use some more, but it's like it's just I don't know. It just felt really like kind of let down, anticlimactic. But basically, if you're not caught up with this, evil scientist basically wants to get the power that Keanu Reeves' character has, immortality for himself. But because of this, the last issue, Keanu's character is now immortal. The girl scientist that was helping, basically helping out, she ended up getting his power, his immortality powers. And they're connected. Now the doctor though, the one that was basically wanted the power for himself. He did get some power, but like as you're gonna see this and this, like he does not get a good ending.
Well, if he's
Which
an
is kind of
evil
cool.
doctor, yeah.
Yes, but like it's kind of brutal. There they go fighting power versus power, the same power, because like, and she just basically just kicks his ass. He got when Superman took down Cyborg in that John Byrne issue. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the one Action Comics with the Teen Titans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally this, and to me, this kind
So-
of went like Matrix 4.
I didn't feel
You didn't
that.
think about that, did you?
I mean, I don't
Like,
hate
you know,
Matrix
yeah.
4, but I didn't
The
feel
ending. The ending, though.
And my sister did not like Matrix 4 too much.
I mean, yeah, in the sense that the one became the two, if you're referring to that. Yeah, I did not like that about Matrix 4, but yeah, I guess I can see that analogy. I wasn't drawing that comparison. Now, here's the thing. I did like the ending to this book. I won't say that I love it and that it's a super great ending, but I really did like it. And this is a book, I don't know if Skip is still listening or if it's past his bedtime, but this is a book that I want to talk with about Skip, because this feels like a Skip comic book. The beginning didn't, and I think Skip dropped off this book because of what it was, but the last few issues feels just feels, I don't know. He's very insightful. He picks up on things that I don't, and I'm
Like a planetary thing, as far as like
yeah,
there's more to it,
my problem with this book is I feel like I'm missing something.
right?
I don't. Maybe I got to read it all over again. But like, I don't. Did the girl get the powers, or did the girl always have the powers?
He was injured, shot, and he gave her. I think he gave her a blood transfusion or something like that.
Oh, so it's like Hulk and She-Hulk.
I can't remember. It's been a while because this book came out like about 3 months.
Yeah, it has been
in
taking a
between.
long time to come out, so it's been.
This literally took a whole year for 12 issues.
Well, it's 12 issues a year.
12
That's
issues
actually
in a
good.
year.
That's normal.
Yeah.
That's not bad. I think it's been
Well,
more
no,
than a year.
But I'm
but-
just saying, other books have come out faster. So just they really stretched this book out.
12 issues a year is not stretch. It's monthly issues.
Yeah, it's monthly. That's not too big.
I think it's been more than a
Big
year,
away.
though. I think there were times where it went on hiatus for a couple months. But
Yeah, I want to say it's been more.
So So we get to see like a little weird ending here. Like we see like part of him, a clone part. Like they were secretly keeping parts of his body, like left appendages, because every time you get hurt, so they keep a body. And what if they started morphing together, creating like an evil Bizarro clone of him? It's running around now. We don't know where it is. It just disappeared. They said disappeared.
Yeah, they call them Frankenbees.
Yeah,
Um,
evil Keanu's running around
so,
somewhere.
so this is this is like a hanging subplot that potentially they can come and revisit. So for those of you who haven't read this, we're gonna have some major spoilers. I don't want to spoil this for anyone because I do think it's a worthy read. I was not disappointed in the series overall. I am happy with it that I bought it. I don't think that it failed to stick the landing. It was a little bit of a bumpy landing, um, for sure. I do like the ultimate resolution. My problem isn't how it ended. It's more of like I don't understand how quite it got to the ending. For me, the girl having the powers, I'm not quite clear on how it
I'm
is. I kind of got the
so,
impression that she always had the powers and that
uh,
this whole time B was not alone, but
so
there was a counterpart to him that he didn't know because
I want to say
her
this.
powers are different than his.
She has
She
telepathic powers. They're still kind of linked because
no no
he's made
they
from a god. Yeah.
well they both have kind of they're able to communicate
So
telepathically.
so this is my thing because remember he was born from his mom basically pranked the gods and then she was basically impregnated. Her getting part of him caused her to get pregnant because the whole point of this apparently of this entity God thing wants to repopulate. So that's I mean that's she basically gets pregnant instantly almost as far as soon as she gets his powers. Now
Well,
she does have
see here's
she does have
but
stuff
B
about
doesn't have these powers.
it's the same black energy that he had because remember they were going psychic stuff going through. You go back and I think the issue 2 issues
I
before
thought
this.
his was white.
I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was kind of like his was like blue or black or something.
Because
But
also she
part
is
yeah
pregnant. She's got kids. The kids have different color eyes,
and yes one's blue
right?
one's red.
One's blue, one's red. They kind of explain about how like his purpose and about basically he's like aliens technology, but look, see their eyes here are blue and then they turn red um
And when
because
they stop though,
and originally they don't berserk, but then the government is trying to basically kills B, who's I guess
their
essentially their
father.
father,
Yeah.
and then they start to berserk and they lose their shit, and he stops them, and then they obey. And to me, what this represents here is, if you remember, B never actually had a father. His father in the comic is not actually his father.
No, it's
His
a guy.
mom was
Yeah.
impregnated by this power,
Yeah.
and so he saw this violence because of the cavemen or whatever, the living in the time, like murdered his parents, whatever. So he berserked, and that's all he's known is violence. And I feel like there you see the kids going the same path, but B is able there to stop them, so they don't, and he ends up dying, and the mother um, basically goes and raises the kids, but doesn't last very long because they're growing up in like days, and so they end up leaving. And they're like, "It's time for us to go," and you can see they have one eye is red and one eye is blue,
Hmm.
and they say, "Where are you going?" "We're going to grow, to plant our seeds." So they're like aliens, um, and we get some referential points of different history of how things have gone. Um, we get this hanging subplot of the Franken bee. We see the kids are fraternizing. Looks like they're going to spread their seed with humanity.
Yeah.
And then now B's dead, and we get the girl. Uh, she's just looking in the sunset and is that what it means to truly be immortal?
Yeah,
And
she
then I
calls
don't
him
know how to
Unmute.
pronounce this name. It's how do
That's
you,
it. Yeah, he's over. It's called B. His name is Unmute.
how do you? I hate when you if you're gonna. Here's the thing: if you're gonna make a name that no one knows, can you put a pronunciation key first? I don't know if it's
Yeah.
Unute, Unute, whatever. I was just saying Unute because that just seemed like more primitive sound. That's how I was hearing it in my head. But so Unute, are you out there? Because they can communicate telepathically. Now remember, he's dead, and then it cuts, and we see this egg. And every time he's reborn, he's been born in an egg, and we see his hand comes out. Yes. Where are you? Can you even make it back? So this is why I was kind of confused. I'm like,
He's
I
still
think there's
alive, but
more. I think there's more to her. I don't think that she's just like merely human. I think she's like him, and they've met. And this reminded me of that movie. You guys seen the movie Hancock?
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah.
And how like they were like immortals separated, and then they
Mhm.
like found each other. So she's able to communicate with him, but he's on an alien world now. So we don't he could be in another galaxy for we don't have any clue. He wakes up, he's primitive. Yeah, I'll find a way.
Or maybe he's in the past, the
No,
Jurassic.
no, there's 3 suns. So we know he's on an alien world. He's like, but it might be a while. And then we can
He's
see
got right.
here there's like primitive life, right? Like so this world's version of cavemen. And then we hear her say, "Hurry." And then he opens his eyes and one's red and one's blue. So
Gotta go back and look because I think it was like in the
it's
second
one of
to
these
last.
weird ambiguous endings. And then you get this saying back here, if the earthly no longer knows your name, whisper to the silent earth, I'm flowing. To the flashing water say, I am. So to me, like my take on this book was that it's kind of a very metaphysical creationist story, kind of telling the God creation, but without using God, but rather using aliens in place of God. Um,
Mhm.
which is a popular thing. There are people that believe that life on this earth was created essentially by an ancient alien race that seeded our planet, right?
Kind of like
Um,
Prometheus.
yeah, so okay. Um, in one of the previous issues, I think it was issue 10 or 11, it goes back 2 million years in the past and we see that B was in space and like he came to Earth and he has like communication with his father and there's very much I don't know how to translate it or to interpret it I should say, but to me from a Christian viewpoint it seemed very close to the whole secular understanding of Jesus and
So,
the Father,
so issue
whereas
8. I want to put this. She was not immortal before this because in issue 8, her and the evil scientists were near him when he was buried underground. Remember, they were running tests, and these black energies come out from where he was, and she gets affected too. Wraps around her and basically he explodes. He gets out of the lab. She's taken away to the thing, and just basically, yeah. So, like I said, she got her powers, but then, which is really weird though, is you go through issue 8, they go back, and then you see like energy flowing to this person, this cave woman, which I believe 80,000 years ago. 80,000 years ago, 80,000 years and 5 minutes ago, 80,000 6 minutes ago, 8,000 and 6.1 minutes ago, and then 90,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago. It keeps going through, and you see him. He's remembering, and he's trapped in this little like cube thing. We're seeing his footage from 31 hours ago, the moment Project B, a newt, disappeared. Result of Protocol X. So I'm curious. Like I think she got her powers from him.
yeah, that was one of those things. Like I say, I'm not 100% clear on. So either the book isn't clear, or I just missed something.
I know.
um,
He needs
which
to
is
for this. He's
possible.
there.
It's possible. I don't want to fault the book for something I missed,
Yeah.
but I'm being truthful as far as like how it affected my enjoyment of it. Yeah, here's parts also of the cloning. This is issue 8 that I have on screen. Um, but yeah, like we see here, it was this issue, making first contact 1 million years ago. So this being, an Unute or whatever, it seems to be the creator of life. This is sort of like the sci-fi version of God, if you will.
Yeah.
Like, um,
So did
it,
she
it
die and then something else took over her body?
I am not
Or did it
sure. Yeah, I mean
or did it
that's where I'm like not clear because it feels like they have a connection. Like she can
or was
speak to
she
him
transformed?
telepathically.
And yeah.
She's been impregnated. Um, but yeah, like
Almost like like I said, like my theory is that she got the way she is, she got pregnant when their powers were linked together. Because that's how they would basically procreate this alien race. So
yeah, they mentioned somewhere in the book about how they're seed planters. They plant seeds of life and technology.
and she's
Um,
able to see this in issue 9. Like you see it more. She sees everything he sees too. So you see him when he's born again out of the egg. She sees everything. It's really trippy.
it is trippy. It is trippy. I really enjoyed it. It's one of those things that was a little confusing to me. I still don't feel like I fully grasp what is being told, but I did not at any point um dislike my reading of the book. Like I was entertained and engaged the whole way through. And I actually liked uh full transparency, Hancock's one of my favorite superhero movies. I really think that movie's underrated, and I really love the love story, the love across time, and how these two characters are split up and then they come together, but then chaos follows. Like they can't be together, so they have to like split up. Like
Yeah.
and this like it's like a tragedy. It is a Greek tragedy in a superhero, and superheroes come from Greek mythos, and it's like this. I love how it all connects. This reminded me; it had echoes of that, and so I like that ending. That B's not really dead, and this being is
Yeah.
like at least 2 million years old, if not older, and who's seeded the
Because
planet Earth is now on another planet, seeding that planet. She's calling, can come to me, and he's like, it's gonna be a while because he's got to wait until they have technology apparently to like leave the planet. I don't know. Like he doesn't even know where he's at. So for him, be a while could be another million years, and then it ends with her saying hurry, and the end. And I love ambiguous endings like that, where now your imagination is like, oh, what could be going on? Um, I know that there's more story to tell because when this comic was created, it was initially put with options for an anime series and a movie on, I believe,
so
Netflix.
Yeah, I
yeah.
think so.
So issue 10, you kind of see them like, in the talking to each other, the girl and the guy, they're in the room while the doctor's watching. He's like, and she's telepathically talking to him. She's like, "Is the berserker gone?" And she's like, and Kanna's like, no, I still feel it. It's here, but you know that. She's like, "How do you mean?" "You're talking to me physically, and you're part of it now." "Part of what?" She says, like, the purpose. There's no going back. "Did you ever think they were going to let you go? It was never about you or me." He's kind of like, "Yeah, I kind of think you're right." And she's like, "For the first time, we're really in this together." Like, yeah. So like, she got like, the abilities, basically like, so they were because she's always been sympathetic to him, almost like she basically felt sorry for him, had a crush on him, started growing, and you know So I guess that like it's they just happen to like he's getting confused like in his mother and her.
So much unexplained stuff, like this bird. Where they go and they find the bird thing,
Yeah.
and you're like it pierces him. Like, what is this? Like, it seems to be like some alien artifact, but they don't
Yep.
explain it. And
Nope.
I
Makes you
like
wonder.
this, and I hate it because
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, because I do like stories that don't spell everything out to you. Like,
Right.
It's
I
like I think
love I love. Now I'm not going to turn this into a Star Wars discussion, but I love the original Star Wars when Obi-Wan Kenobi tells Luke, like, "Oh no, Darth Vader killed your father. Your father was a hero of the Clone Wars." Blah blah. And as a kid, I'm like, "What the hell are the Clone Wars?" Movie never explains it. Just moves on, talks about it, and I'm like, I like. We need more of that.
I think
But
this
at the
book
same
was
time, I'm
basically
already kind of confused at the
yeah.
plot, and I'm like, "What the hell is going on? I don't get it."
So
Um,
I think the reason they wrote it like this is for so each reader has their own interpretation.
yeah. No, you're probably right.
Cano's all about expanding your mind, bro.
Expand your mind, bro. That's what we need. We need people like Skip to read this and then do a book report on it, so that we can
Yes,
walk away with
yes.
better understanding.
We'll tie Skip to a chair and make him read this. We need to know answers.
Skip, we
Tell
couldn't
us.
understand this. Help us. Help us, Skip and Tosh. You're our only hope. Um,
Skip this.
no, but
So,
I believe this.
so here we are.
I believe this
So
is
here's
about procreation. I believe
yeah,
that's what,
yeah.
because the whole time he's like, "What's my
Oh
purpose?
my
What's my purpose?"
protoculture. It's
Horticulture.
Macross. Oh again.
Um,
Yeah. You see they're connected and he's attacked by the red bird. So not before he was this blue, but now they get red and blue. And see this is where she gets impregnated.
Yep.
With the red and blue. Deep dives on this book.
this is a, but you notice like the lightning from him. I don't remember ever seeing black lightning come from him. That's why I feel like there's something different
when he was
about her.
when he was remember they buried him underground? Like, she was inside the truck. I said, and then this Black Whip comes out. I probably call it Black Whip because I've been watching My Hero Academia.
All right.
It just comes out, wraps around her neck, and then she kind of like is basically left unconscious.
Yeah,
And
I
then you
think I'm
see
gonna.
like,
This is
yeah,
definitely a book I'm gonna have to go back and read from the
exactly.
beginning, because there's probably clues in the early issues that didn't
Read all
make any
once.
sense
Yeah,
back then.
yeah.
That I was just
Yeah.
like, oh, what, I don't know what this. But now knowing everything, I go back and I read those and I go, oh, okay.
After Paradiso, we're going back to this.
Okay, we come back and return. Maybe Zach will have read it by then.
Maybe.
How can you not want to read this? It's like
Oh
everything
no,
he
I
says.
do.
It's
I do
Cano
want to read
speak.
it.
Every
I do want
dialogue
to
he
read
says.
it. I think I've just been waiting for the trade. Like, I'm just so hung up and I'm so over miniseries and like there are good stories. Like I'm sure this is a really good story, but I'm wanting to get to the point where I like to get the ongoing series. This is one that I think will be a good trade.
Well, you're
I know we
preaching
talk
to the
about like
choir, Mister.
well,
However,
okay, well then I'll stop. I'll stop preaching
you.
then.
When I'm just saying, you're preaching to the choir. Because I know I feel the same way as you. I'm done. I don't like
Yeah.
all these minis
I
either.
so
But
I read
I'm just
this.
trying to say is you buy a lot more minis than I do.
I know, and I'm trying to get to the point where I stop doing
I read this as in the voice of Theodore Logan, Keanu Reeves from Bill and Ted. That's why I read Keanu's part in this.
Yikes!
It's just mind blown. Whoa!
Oh, you mean the
It's
interview part?
yeah, exactly. I was getting like mind blowing, bro.
I'm glad they put this interview in here because this really did help me kind of like solidify my thinking on this, because
Yeah,
they talk about like to our readers, thank you for getting this far, blah blah blah, and Keanu Reeves is like, yeah, it's been a wonderful creative trip. Remember speaking to Spiros and Graham on quantum mechanics and ancient civilizations? Then Matt Kent. Yeah, I definitely didn't sleep that night. You mean like lying in bed and thinking about infinite meteors, ice ages, superposition, younger dryas, and lost civilizations, and sacred knowledge, and the divine, collapsing waveforms. Yeah, that. And here we are at issue 11. Like, that's how I kind of felt
Exactly.
reading this book. Like he had some conversations with some like really deep scientific thinkers and and he's like, oh, that gives me a great idea for a story. Like maybe not, I don't know, but that's how the book
Matt,
played out.
hold on. Focus. Boom has given us a fantastic offer for double-sized issue for number 12.
Because apparently they were talking about halfway through, they're like, they could
Yeah.
continue this as an ongoing, like longer and stuff. So um that's another thing. Like, was this always intended to be 12 issues? They kind of hint that maybe it wasn't originally. But like I said, I like how it ended. I like the love story part. Uh, I
So
like
that was November. Yeah. Do you notice the date on that? The end of it? November 7th, 2022. Is that how long it's been since we read issue 11?
yeah. It's well, remember that's when this interview was done, not when it was
Yeah.
published in the book. But so that's kind of our thoughts on Berserker. Doesn't seem like anyone else has been following along with us. I'm not seeing any other copies. Sorry, comments. Um, Tehillim says the story lost consistency.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think the story lost consistency, at least for me. In fact, I think the story really picked up on issue 7. Like the first 6 issues were like, okay, it's going, but 7 and 8, where you get that scene where he goes back in time, where we showed, and
Yep.
every issue after that just like got building and building, and I was really hooked at that point. My problem was not a lack of consistency, but a lack of coherency. Of like, I'm not sure I'm getting this, and that could be my fault.
Yeah, like I
Austin,
said,
go ahead.
glad. I was gonna say that as far as this the last issue goes, it's like looking at it, I was like, when he wakes up at the very end, I'm like, this is based on the Matrix. Everything you thought was a lie before.
Yeah. Austin says, how do you know the Jurassic period didn't have 3 sons, Ash, on comics? Have you ever thought about that?
It might have.
It might have.
And then they lost 2 sons. That's why it got so cold.
He's got me there.
Ice Age happened because they only had 1 son left.
Samrani says this started in March of 2021 and ran through. So it's been 2 years.
Yeah.
So she says you think it was almost an EVS crowdfunded book in terms of publishing.
Oh.
It's still not that bad. That still makes it a bi-monthly book.
So
I know some people don't like to wait that long, but bi-monthly, I mean, Doomsday Clock was 3 years for 12 issues.
That's true. That is true.
you know what's really weird is that book that came out, A Vicious Circle, never got a second book in Boom Studios.
Which book?
The Leah Brahimero, with Madsen Tomlin or Natsen Tomlin. That was the one that the dinosaur and the guy on the cover, the black glasses and time travel stuff. Guy from the It was the one that it was basically like a Black Label magazine almost, but it was through Boom Studios,
Yeah,
which is yeah.
it-
I was
it's a 1-issue book. It's a one shot.
I thought I would have got more because usually they do those 3 issues, thing. But yeah, the ending of this is like it's like Oblivion. It never ends. So I don't know. Like, it's like you can continue with the series, but it's like I thought it would have been better if he would have like woke up in the past. He'd be like, "It's gonna take a while for me to reach you, honey." It's like,
He'd never reach her
that
if he was in the past.
if he's immortal.
Yeah, but she's
no,
moving
she'd always
forward through
be
time as he is. So he's
Yeah,
never.
she would always be moving ahead. Yeah.
He come across her past self.
Yeah, but she would be waiting forever.
Yeah.
You didn't think that far. That's
No,
all right.
I thought backwards and forwards on that, and sideways.
You thought backwards, that's for sure. That part we can agree. Marani
I
says
like to
this
think in
looks a lot like the
reverse.
storyboards for either an animated movie or live action TV series. Yes, you are not wrong, Marania. And
Well, it's meant to be, yeah. That's why they wrote it that way, and it actually got picked up apparently. But I don't know if it's going to be on Amazon.
this,
Netflix, I think.
yeah, I think Ron Garney is not a bad artist, but his art in this series, not my favorite. Very sketchy, very storyboardish, and maybe that's the intent if you're trying to make something, into a movie or TV series like they are. But also, it's got the same problem I always have with digital art. I just hate the inking on digital art, but that's just me. It just feels really, just like look at this blast panel here. Where they're trying to draw these. It's just a bunch of black scribbles on the background. It just makes it so ugly. Um,
I don't know. I thought it's pretty dark and violent. It's the dark scene. They're gonna be like, he doesn't want them to be killers, and the fact that they actually listen to him, he's like, okay, they stop.
but you don't need to be. That looks like someone just took a Sharpie and was just like, just like, it's
I don't know. I like it. It's dark and gritty, kind of like a violent,
it's
thing.
gritty, that's for sure.
Because you're it's kind of a scary moment.
You know what else is dark and gritty? Is a pile of dirt. Eric's going to bed because we've been too dark and gritty for him. But thank you for coming by, Eric. It was a pleasure. Sorry, hopefully we didn't bore you too much with all this independent books. Don't forget to give us a shout out. Say go Aztecs, Breen. You saw my boys in the Final Four. I know you're rooting for them. Don't be telling me you're rooting for Kentucky.
Of course he is.
Of course he is.
They said he'll tune in again when he wakes up in the morning because we'll still be going live. Pretty much. Yeah, the gore in this. This is almost like a Wolverine book. literally, people missing arms, limbs, just blown off, blood.
I'm very curious if they do this, like make a movie, because obviously this would be a Keanu Reeves vehicle, right? So it'd be a live action movie. I would love to see it. Like
probably
it's gonna be
the violence. This level of violence with live action will be gory as AF. Like
they're gonna. Well, have you seen the movie Mandy? With not Keanu Reeves, but on Nicolas Cage.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, that was just like splash. It's just gore and everything. But so Keanu is basically on side onto this. It's gonna be a Netflix movie.
Oh, I'm down. There's supposed to be an anime.
Was I wondering if it could be animated?
No, there was supposed to be like a series. Like there was.
If this was animated, I could see it working. I've seen some animation that make the gore and the violence work.
I think
like
they
Primal.
need to do...
If you've ever seen Primal, that type of animation would work really
So
well.
how they do this is they go back and they use examples like Fire and Ice, an awesome movie, use rotoscoping.
I hate rotoscoping.
No, you get I forget his first name, but Tartakovsky. He did the very first Clone Wars. He did Samurai Jack, and then Primal. He has a very distinct art style. I think it would work really well with this.
He does have a distinct art style, and it works for Samurai Jack. I hated it for Star Wars.
They could do is the mod capping, kind of like they do for the Resident Evil movies. Based on the games.
Just do it anime style.
Yeah.
You want to do
style?
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's true.
It wouldn't be anime. It'd be American cartoons.
So anime style.
Look, anime style, and there are some of those that work, like with
like Castlevania.
Avatar: The Last.
Yeah,
Castlevania or Avatar: The Last Air.
Or get an actual Japanese anime studio to do it.
Yeah,
that's true. We got the guy who created Akira to do this.
You can do that too.
Katsuhiro Otomo hasn't been doing anime in a long time. But yeah, no, I originally heard that it was optioned as an anime series and also a live action movie. So presumably they have multiple ideas. I'm guessing if they did a movie, It would be basically the story that we got here, and an anime series could be like B's life, like taking parts and like throughout B's life,
Mm-hmm.
because he's
So
lived
my
for millions of
so
years, so you can tell like he's got to have adventures and things throughout his life.
so
Yeah,
this is a Black Ops program. Like, are they a part of like the United States military? I've always wondered that too. Like, I never understood this. Just like a rogue, group.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like they're not real
Because
clear on it.
those stealth bombers are really hard to get if you're not
Right?
American military. Just saying.
Yeah. No, I think that this guy here was running like a rogue group within the government, and
Okay.
then that's what happens is this other group, like the actual military government, figures out what's going on, and they come to blows between each other. That's how I interpreted it,
Mm.
and that's who this black spec ops
And
guy, this guy,
they
forgot his
save like
name,
yeah.
is working for.
So the bad guy, the bad scientist, they keep his skull, like his spine or like I was like, ugh. What's left of him?
If they make this a live action movie, this because I'm tired of this actor's name being thrown around to play everything, including
Idris
sliced bread.
Elba.
But Idris Elba should play this guy, and I want to tell
Yo,
you
Idris
why.
Elba. Yeah.
Because Idris Elba, I want to see Idris Elba going against like Keanu Reeves. Like he's got the charisma and the gravitas to
Mm-hmm.
stand up to Berserker. Like, and that this character does. And
Yeah.
you need an actor of that kind of stature.
Yeah.
Knowing
So.
Netflix, they're gonna get Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx. Oh,
God.
I like Jamie. Dude, I like Jamie Foxx. I don't think that
I
would be
do.
the right
I don't
casting
know
for this
about.
role,
Yeah, not
but
versus Keanu. Yeah.
dude's a good actor.
He can be. Yeah, he can be good.
Really good. Go see Ray.
So then this is what I don't
Ray was
understand.
good,
Why was he
yeah.
gonna kill him? That's what I don't understand. That's the part I didn't understand of this issue.
Because he got orders, no witnesses.
Like, because the guy he knows he doesn't have any powers more, so he's just gonna kill the guy.
Well, now they can kill him.
Yeah.
They couldn't kill him before.
But like, you'd think you'd want. Oh yeah. Then she comes in. She's like, "Don't move, asshole."
Wait, this is an interesting thing. This story manages to tell. Normally, this would chap my hide, and I'd be all super pissed.
Here comes it's
where the
basically
woman has to come in and save the main character.
the man.
But the
This
way
is
it's
Harry
done
Musk.
here, it's not done. It's not done like that. Like, I mean, it is done that, but it's not. It doesn't have the same feeling. We've had 11 issues of the Berserker kicking all sorts of ass, taking all sorts of names. Now he's mortal and he's vulnerable, and we get this psychic conversation between the two where he's just like, he's about to shoot me. Kiever, that's his name. Kiever's about to shoot me. What? Stay still. I'll be right there. And so he's talking to him, but also to her psychically, and he's just buying time. And she cuts out the lights because she has these electrical powers can interfere. She can control electricity.
And then he ducks.
Yeah. But then she's like, Kiever, don't move. And it's like I never once got that like triggered reaction of like, oh, here's the girls coming to like, which because it doesn't feel that way. This feels genuine. It's a genuine and honest story. It doesn't feel like it's a political play to be like, men need women to save. And I didn't even think about it until we were talking about it right now. So I just want to say that as kudos to the story. You can have strong female characters, and they can save the day and not make it feel like you're trying to have a feminist statement. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Who knew?
Here's it. So they said with the babies, and she's like, "They're not yours, they're ours." Like, no. Some shadow organization wants the kids to study them.
Yeah.
Creepy. So then they go to visit someone he knew in like when he was past life. Like, I know your great 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 grandmother. Sure, you can stay with us.
And this was another thing that made me alluded that she's like older than we think. Because she's like, I know someone who can help us, and she goes to this old tribe of people, which apparently
But they
seem to
show him though.
have a
So they know
picture of
him
him. Like, what's going on here?
because they share memories though. They're connected, so maybe she can see into his past, like he can see. And they find that
Yeah.
lock stuff, so she can see stuff now.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's one of those things. I was like, I'm not seeing the whole picture. But Cinema Quirks, aka Jimmy, says the art looks horrible. Oh,
It looks fairly decent though. I've seen
everyone's got an
worse.
opinion. Austin says he's going to bed. My inking is getting sloppy. Good night, guys. Is it sloppier than this
Night,
inking?
Austin.
Because if it is, you need to go to sleep. Well, that's going to wrap up, I believe, the Berserk. You guys got any final statements? Zach, you. Oh,
I
you
look
got nothing
forward
to
to
say.
reading the trade. I look forward to reading the trade.
I
You
wonder if
know,
they're gonna come out a deluxe cover of this. The deluxe hardcover edition. Be awesome. I really like those.
Yeah, it'd be 12 issues. I don't know. I don't know if I liked it enough that I would pay for a deluxe hardcover. I definitely enjoyed it. I'm glad I got the issues. It's worth reading.
I want to open introduction from Keanu Reeves saying, "You're awesome."
you're breathtaking.
We'll see. I gotta tell you, that might change my mind if they make a good movie out of this, and like it opens up the lore, and then I might have more nostalgia towards it. So
Oh my gosh! Imagine if they put in the deluxe hardcover edition. At the end it says like preview for issue or volume 2. So you get
It does sound like it has that ambiguous. Could have a second, a sequel volume or something.
It would be kind of cool though.
yeah, I'm not sure how they could do a sequel to this. I could see a prequel, but not a.
It's from the kid's point of view.
I guess they
What's the
could do a
story?
sequel without Keanu.
Maybe
Yeah.
that is something that I noticed with John Wick. Like the way they introduce these characters, and the characters themselves are interesting enough to do like spin-offs.
But they're also
that could be a
but
thing.
they're also doing it so they're gonna have like these spin-offs are gonna take in the past where with Keanu Reeves is gonna be in there too in these.
Yeah.
All right, kids. It is way late. Show's run long. We've had a lot of fun. Ronnie says, "Oh no, it's time for Ash to torture me." We're gonna make this quick. We're gonna go through 3 rows because I need to get to bed too, and I do like torturing Rania. So this is where we play the game, where we go row by row on League of Comic Geeks with
This
new
is last
comics.
week's.
Is this last week's?
Yeah. There you go.
Where we,
I was like
where we go row by row with the comics coming out this Wednesday at your local comic book shop, and you pick one comic and only one, not 2, not 0. You must
God,
pick
it's still
one
going on.
comic.
Gotta pick one.
Gotta pick one. And
Oh, I'm so tempted with that Thor because like it's Doctor Doom.
Yeah.
So
Thor, Doom, and oh no, that's not the one. There is one. Thanos too.
All right, did you drop that book though?
and
Which one?
Thor.
No, I'm still reading it.
Okay.
I
and
Go ahead,
dropped
Ian.
Dark Knights of Steel.
and
Yeah, sorry.
and you must pick one from every row, not just the rows you decide to participate in. So you either participate in all
That's right.
or you participate in none. That's the name of the
That's
game.
right. No cherry picking.
The idea is it's supposed to be hard. Usually the first row is very
That's
easy.
what she said.
Yeah. The first row is usually pretty easy. These books are ordered by the popularity as subscribed by users of League of Comic Geeks. So the most popular books are up front and the unpopular books are towards the end. But here we go. So in the first row, we have Detective Comics 1070, We have Action Comics 1053, Daredevil number 9, Dark Knights of Steel number 10, Thor issue 32, and Something is Killing the Children number 30. That's amazing that Something is Killing the Children is in the top 6.
I know.
That's
An
because
indie book, yeah. That's
the reason is because they
something.
announced the Netflix show.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah.
Still good. I'm glad.
Speculators. Hey, yeah.
This is not a book that I buy personally, but I'm all for like a new Walking Dead. We need an indie book
Right.
that captures that attention, because it opens the doors for
Totally.
other indie books, and it gets.
Yeah.
I think right now the barriers for indies is a lot to do with the readers. There's so many people who are just trapped in the Marvel DC paradigm, and they just don't really know indies, and it's a strange new world out there that they don't want to. And I think if they explore more and try out these books, they could possibly succeed. But anyways,
It's a whole new world out there, guys. I'm living proof.
New world.
He's triggering him like Ingleton. He's gonna start singing show tunes now.
I'm just trying to give you flashbacks. So Marania says she'd actually pick 3 out of the first row. That's just like Marania to try to cheat, like she always does.
You gotta take one, Marania. One. Yeah.
She did pick one though.
She did.
There's only, in my opinion, there's only one really bad pick in this.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if it's even that really up here. I don't even know if it's that bad of a pick. It's ultra mid. But I'm curious to see what your guys' picks are. Mine's super easy. Usually row 1 is super easy for me.
Yeah.
Yep. What is your pick?
Detective Comics 1070.
Yeah, boy. That's mine.
I mean, it's Rom V.
Yep.
I mean, you know, so
the only downside is that Cy Spurrier at the end backup story.
Is Cy Spurrier still doing the backup stories?
Yes.
But let's face it, no one's buying the book for the backup story.
The last one wasn't too bad though.
I'm not buying for that cover. I'm buying the other cover. I'm cover B.
Now I'm gonna stand out from the crowd. I gotta say, Action Comics. I've been liking Action.
I want Ivan Rice. Look at that, the skulls, man. Natalia, or no, that's Natalia. That's Talia and
pretty good cover. I like it too. If I were Kelly Jones cover is pretty cool. I hate this. What does this have to do?
Advertising the movie. Advertising the movie. It's in theaters March 13 or 17.
So put a full page out on the back. What the?
Yeah, that's what they've been doing. Why would they? Yeah, I don't get that.
Well,
at least have Batman on here somewhere. Like it's like Batman's facing off against the Shazam family.
So
like,
here's how you do this. If you're gonna do this bullshit, do it before the movie comes out on a previous issue.
Right.
Don't do it like after, like issue after, like a month after it comes out.
After the movie's already bombed.
Yeah.
Get this cover. You know what they could have done?
That's unfortunate.
Honestly, I would have done. I would have commissioned to have the book be on one side you have the Shazam family like facing off, and on the right
Bat
family. And I think that would have been some people appealing to some readers to be like, oh, that's cool.
You know what I want? I want Keanu Reeves to be the next Batman, so he can say, "I know Bat Foo." That's what I want.
Yeah, I can see these. I do. There's something about these. I love these A covers. I just the whole graphic design behind them. And since I would be getting these covers just because I'm a consistency person. If I want all the covers to match. But
I don't know how you have bad Batman VT. Did you ever watch or read Batman, Marania? Or are you just sick of seeing all the covers? Because I don't have Batman fatigue. I don't I understand that he's a popular character. Well, it sells. Do they think should have more books? Sure, but I mean, I don't hate the books because my thing is that I just go read something else. I roll my eyes.
Understand though people who don't read the books have fatigue.
Yeah.
Just probably get tired of seeing the character everywhere.
That I
I'm
can
getting
see.
the only
Like
tired of seeing the
I was
character
like that.
everywhere.
I was like that with Deadpool, man. When I first got into Marvel
Sure.
comics, that was like the peak of Deadpool being everywhere.
Yeah,
Um,
I got
for
really
me,
tired.
for
I
me
was not
personally, though,
interested.
the only fatigue I'm getting from Batman is Snordarsky.
Get out of here.
Yep.
Get
Not
out
like
of
it.
here.
I'm not liking the main bad title. It's kind of like falling away, and it's just uninteresting. I just
Well, more
Ram,
for me.
Ram V is more becoming more of the better writer. So I'd say.
I like Ram V. Oh, don't get me wrong. I love me some Ram, but I'm like, I like Zdarsky stuff. His stuff has been
I think it's interesting is
alright.
because in the beginning, RDV was more on the Ram V side and was like, this the Ram V stuff is kind of slow and like he wasn't digging it, but over
Yeah.
time it's convinced him.
Wait. You just said when I first started, I was on the Ram V side.
I meant
You
the
meant the
Zdarsky
Zdarsky side.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
I knew what you meant, Ash. I got you.
Now, the only thing about that, like about this issue, is the Lois and Clark. I don't care for anything else that's story in there. The Power Girl Reborn, maybe if it had better art, but it had shit art.
I disagree. Margaret Savage, whatever her name is, Savage. I like her art actually. The story, I agree. The story is not what I expect from Leah Williams. I think editorial has probably got her on a pretty short leash as far as what she can do and what she can't do.
You put her. It's Power Girl. We know overplayed the boob window. Give her.
Yeah, I mean, look. After reading what she did with the Exterminators with X-Men, I kind of wanted that same flavor with Power Girl because Power Girl was written kind of similar to that back in like the early 2000s.
So this is what I want. I want them after this is done. I want them to take this main story with Dan Jurgens and just put it in one book by itself.
I was saying, just imagine we could be just having this as its own comic.
The best thing about the Dan Jurgens story is Elizabeth Breitweiser's colors. Other than that, it's an alright story.
The best thing is this cover.
Hey, is that John on the left back there?
The greatest cover of DC Comics ever.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's Connor. And then behind Superman on the left, to the right of Supergirl, that's John. Right?
I don't know. I'm traumatized.
Fairly girlish looking.
No, the best cover is we know the best cover is the Will Jack cover with Power Girl. We all have to agree that is the best cover.
Yeah, what she could like, but she doesn't look like in the interior. Interior, she looks very flat chested.
She does not look flat chested. What are you reading?
I've been reading the 2009 Power Girl series, which is way better.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah.
So why would I settle for anything less than that?
It's not settling. It's just what comes in the book. It's not settling.
Yeah,
I'm not picking up Action Comics just for the Power Girl story. The Power Girl is like extra. I'm picking it up for the Dan Jurgens and the Philip K. Johnson story. The Leah Williams Power Girl is like it's what we call lanyap.
It's like they put handcuffs on Leah Williams. Says we saw what you did over Marvel Exterminators. You're not allowed to do this shit here.
That's literally what I said 2 minutes ago.
Zach, I don't listen to you.
I know. Either. I am aware.
I stopped listening to you because every word out of your mouth is racist. I just can't listen anymore.
Anyways, all right. So we're supposed to be moving along here. Zach doesn't appreciate good writing. He just appreciates good boobs. So he will be getting Action Comics.
Doggone right.
This is the cover.
And Marania apparently hates Batman, so she did not pick that either. She picked the Superman book. And I guess you and I picked a detective, and I don't see anyone else participating because they're chicken.
And she likes the Batman cover, or the Shazam cover.
Chicken.
There's only 3 people watching.
Well,
me, Zach,
whatever.
and Marania.
Moving on.
I'm not watching actually.
Oh,
no, it's somebody else. It's not me.
Yeah,
must be Jimmy then.
Zach's busy playing PlayStation.
I'm not playing anything. I am looking at the rows of on League of Comic Geeks on my.
You said you weren't watching.
I'm not watching. I'm looking at League of Comic Geeks. I'm not looking at YouTube. I'm on the League of Comic Geeks website.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, row 2. Starring Deadpool, number 5. Harley Quinn, number 28. The Invincible Iron Man, number 4. Gotham City Year 1, number 6. Unstoppable Doom Patrol, number 1. And Star Wars The High Republic.
All right, I'm going first. Invincible Iron Man, because the last issue was pretty cool, and I'm liking the
Wow.
Bob Lane connected covers, and the art's been decent too.
I think out of all of these, I'm gonna go with the Devil I Do Not Know, and I would try the Doom Patrol with Dennis Culver. I don't know anything about him.
Ooh.
He could be good, he could be bad, but I know Star Wars is bad. Harley Quinn and Deadpool, I know are bad. I don't know anything about the Gotham. Invincible Iron Man.
Gotham
I-
City,
It's
yeah.
Tom King Batman. What else is there to know?
No,
No,
it's
okay, so it's
no.
Tom King. Yep, definite pass.
So this is a detective before James Gordon, before Batman, and
Don't
then
care.
like dealing with Gotham City before Batman. That's the whole book.
Don't care. Nope, don't care. You got me off of it.
What? No,
So yeah, I'm definitely sticking with Doom Patrol.
I'm not trying to praise it. I'm just trying to say that if he's writing this, and like Batman's kind of like a backstory.
Is it really Gordon?
It's not James Gordon. James Gordon's not in this.
Oh, okay.
This
good.
this is like the 1940s,
Oh, okay.
Oh. Well,
and that's the deal with crime.
I was gonna say if it had Gordon in it, I was gonna say there's another person doesn't pay attention to continuity. Gordon showed up the same time as Batman.
If I remember
Right.
correctly, it's like supposed to be like the Waynes were like kids. Thomas Wayne was a kid in that story.
No, of
So it's
course.
kind of like the Alfred show on HBO then, where it just like
Yeah.
yeah, that was weird. I mean, it was a good show, but it's like you could have named him anybody. It didn't have to be Alfred.
Yeah. Look, there's Beast Girl. Told you. That's introducing
Yeah,
Beast Girl.
yeah. There's the new Beast Girl because Beast Boy is now with the Titans, so they gotta have a Beast-ish character. So they got Beast Girl. Yeah,
have
that's
to.
interesting.
They just
They don't have to, but they're
DC
going
can't
to.
help
Yeah.
but Xerox all their characers all the time.
I'm surprised they didn't call her like Changelet or something.
So
Change.
skip. So going over to Jimmy. Jimmy says Star Wars.
Jimmy, no.
No, Jimmy, you can't participate
God.
unless you participate in every one. That's
Yeah,
we went
you
over
gotta
the rules
pick
already.
one from the first row. You gotta go back and pick one from the first row before you can make your bad choice on the second row.
Yeah. This is a terrible. How is the row
High
number 2
Republic.
so flippin' awful?
I don't know.
It's perspective.
Yeah, I guess it's a bad perspective.
The only thing that sucks about this is the villain is actually a villain from the Hellfire Gala character.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right, it is. Yeah.
Of course, because
But-
it's Gary Duggan.
Yep.
Yeah.
But last issue, like Ronnie said, 4.5 out of 5. That's how awesome it was.
Was it really
Really?
awesome, or is it just that all the other Iron Man books that have come out recently have been
Go
that
read
bad?
it. Go read it, man. It was awesome.
I think I did read it. Was that the one where it was like a
Rhodey.
flashback and Rhodey
Yeah,
had like
yeah.
the little helicopter thing that he was in?
And it was
Or
they
was that
brought
2
back, they
issues
brought
ago?
back a character that actually was, and like I said, like they actually did the research.
Yeah.
I gotta give Gary Duggan credit for where it's due. You know. Like I
Oh, I'll
said.
give him credit when it's due. Absolutely. I'm not. I don't know.
And Jimmy had said Superman in the previous issue.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Jimmy. I
Okay.
apologize. I didn't see you.
All right. Well, you still made a bad pick with Star Wars, but I'll allow it.
There's no good picks on this row.
Ash,
Doom Patrol might be. I mean,
what
you
is your
don't know.
pick?
What's your pick?
I'm
Yeah.
probably gonna have to pick Iron Man.
Right on, brother.
Only
Right
only
on.
because I'm gonna listen to Maranya. If she gave the previous issue a 4.5, and
Like I said,
she is the Iron Man super fan.
That's true.
Wouldn't choose as my villain, but hey, even the worst villains could be written better in a different comic
And
book.
I will
if I saw it.
say I have never read anything great by Gary Duggan. However, I do believe he's capable of writing mid.
Yeah,
And sometimes
I'll
mid
agree to
is
that.
fine.
I'll
So
agree to that.
She says the first 2 issues were 2.5 to 3 out of 5, if that's. Number 3 was so good, to quote Jimmy.
Right.
I'll
Well,
agree. He had to follow up Bendis on Guardians of the Galaxy, And he didn't write anything bad, but he did write one or two above mid books. So
Even the worst writers get a rise above mid once in a while.
every once in a while, you're not wrong.
High Republic
Yes.
books can burn in
They can.
whatever hell is designated for that.
Star Wars should go back to Dark Horse.
They really should. They really, really should.
Because then
Right.
they can at least write something that doesn't have to be woke.
Can I talk about a book that I'm looking forward to in the third row now? Like
Tim
Not
Drake.
in third row yet. So, what was your pick? Mine was Iron Man. What was yours, Bankman?
Mine was Iron Man
And
from the Marnia.
and what was yours, Zach?
Doom Patrol, just because I'm going with something that I don't know, so
You're
it
just
might
like
be good
spinning
or
the
it might
wheel.
suck.
You're like,
I'm playing comic roulette with Doom Patrol. Yeah.
you're like, I have no idea. This one.
It could have went worse. Could have went with Deadpool.
Could have gone with Tom King. I mean, I don't know.
I'm at least putting some information in my pick. The only information I have. But
Yeah.
Actually, I
yeah.
think Deadpool might even be better than Harley Quinn.
It's Alyssa Wong. Are you kidding me?
I
Oh
said.
wait, oh okay. Wait,
Alright,
who's
come
on
on.
Harley Quinn? Is that Teenie Howard? No, she's on Catwoman. I don't even remember who's on Harley Quinn.
Teeny
Harley
Howard. Oh, it's Stephanie.
Teeny
Teeny Howard.
Howard.
Yeah.
It is Teenie Howard. Oh okay.
Oh,
Harley
Erica
Quinn,
Henderson.
baby.
Erica Henderson.
Teeny Howard and Erica Henderson. Oh, and Sweeney Boo. Oh, this book is.
Yeah. See, Doom Patrol is definitely doing better than. So I don't care how bad it is. It'll still be better than Harley Quinn. and
Wow.
Deadpool.
They kicked John Boy Myers off doing the covers, and Stephanie Phillips was
That's-
kicked off.
That
And
sucks.
Horrible thing is that Harley Quinn is now being written by Teeny Howard, and so is Catwoman. I would hope
I
that
think-
she would have left Catwoman, and we're still solely focused on what she knows, writing nonsense. Harley Quinn. Like at this point, I'd be like, dude, put Jeremy Adams on there. At least interesting.
So Jimmy chooses
I'd
Star
be-
Wars, and the rest of us, except for Zach, choose Iron Man, and Zach chooses Doom Patrol. Which, who knows? I mean, there's nothing really to. It's a #1 issue.
Yeah, it's a #1. It's a new team. It's better. Look, I bet you it's already going to be better than half the book, at least.
I gotta
So-
say, if I had to read 2 books on this, Doom Patrol would be #2.
There you go.
So
I'll
I'm
take
kind of looking at it that way. And this row was like, if I had to read one book, which one would I sit down to read? I would read Iron Man. If you were forcing me, but
Yeah.
all right. So it looks like we all made the pick. So Iron Man is the winner. Congratulations, Carrie Duggan. You won something. Row #3, we got Tim Drake, Robin #7, fan favorite. Lazarus Planet, Revenge of the Gods, #2. Strange Academy, Finals, #5. Star Wars, The High Republic, The Blade, #4. Because one High Republic book in a month is, or in the same week is not enough. Sabretooth
Right.
and the Exiles, #5. And Stargirl, The Lost Children, #5. This seems like another easy pick. Wow, there's a lot of bad books, though.
Easy. How is the High Republic? How are 2 High Republic books getting bought or more popular than Stargirl: The Lost Children?
I want to point out that they put both those books to the end or in the week, so other books get pushed back. They're supposed to come out like a week apart of each other, or 2 weeks apart.
Yeah, Stargirl was supposed to come out last week, wasn't it?
Well, no,
Or did it just get released a week early?
it just gets released a week
week
early on the pirate size, and
Yeah.
I gotta say, Stargirl is my pick of the week.
Yep.
But if Stargirl wasn't there, dear God, I'm going Lazarus Planet.
I would go with Strange Academy, actually. Scotty Young and is it Humberto Ramos?
Is that the same girl from the very first issue of the original series?
Probably.
The one who basically
The zombie girl or the voodoo girl? Yeah.
No, the girl by the tree.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go back and read this when the trade comes out, because I've been hearing good things about it. But when I was reading it, it was just like really slow to start with. No, if I'm picking one on this row, though, it's Stargirl. It's not even a contest. It's Jeff Johns and Todd Knock. It's a throwback to a lot of Golden Age stuff. A lot of these characters, some are new, some are being like dug up out of the past. It's there's some really cool like JSA call outs and flashbacks. Yeah, it's not even a contest for me at this point. Stargirl, Lost Children, not even on this row. I think it'll be the best book of the week just in general.
Jeff Johns.
Yeah, exactly.
Todd Knock doing the interior art and this stuff. It's just all these characters he introduced. He introduced all these characters, sidekicks that weren't around. And like I said, like it's gonna be cool adding them into like as far as the JSA stuff. Now some people are like, there's just too many people to keep track of. They
Yeah.
actually make it. Johns actually makes a joke about it in the books. And,
Yeah, and the thing is, I saw some people on Twitter complaining like that they're all new characters and Jeff Johns is just trying to collect royalties. Like, not all of them are new. Like maybe 10
collect
of them are.
royalties. You think he's gonna get any royalties from DC? They don't pay much.
Like you think he's gonna collect royalties on Wing or some of these characters have been around for a while.
So
They
yeah,
just
some
haven't been used.
yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
Newsboy Legion, like they've been around. They just haven't been used at all recently.
Well, some of these are characters that he actually created. Back
Some
in
of
the
them,
day.
well, yeah, Stargirl even. I mean, the title character he created, however many years ago. But yeah, it's been a fun story too. I've really been enjoying it. I think it's gonna end up tying into a lot of the books that he's been doing at DC recently. So
It's definitely tying in. Yeah, it's definitely tying into his main book, his Justice Society.
yeah, JSA, and then it's got some stuff from the Flashpoint Beyond. I think that might be tying into it.
So Zach's pick is Stargirl. RDV, your pick is obviously Stargirl.
Yeah.
And my pick is Stargirl. These have been pretty easy.
Unanimous.
Like I said, if Stargirl wasn't there, Lazarus, because it's Shazam. I like Shazam. I don't think the worst Shazam book over any Robin book any day.
Yeah, Lazarus Planet could be good.
You don't mean
Academy
any
is
Robin
probably
book.
the
You
one
mean
I would go for.
any
Of today's Robin books? Yes, any Robin book of today.
What about just recently Josh Williamson's
Well,
Robin?
that's not no, that's in the past. I'm talking about currently right now. Any Robin book coming out.
Well, you can have G. Willow Wilson and Becky Cloonan and Emanuela Lupacino.
Look at the cast. Look at the cast of characters.
I don't care.
The characters.
I'm looking at the cast of crap
Look
talent.
at the writers. Yeah.
Like
now, if you find
I look at the art.
being the right writer.
I look at the artists. Emmanuel Lupacino is doing the art on this. I'm getting Mary drawn by Emmanuel Lupacino. I don't care about the dialogue. I'm just looking at the photos.
Yeah, Lupacino does good art. He's all right. Not as good as Humberto Ramos though, which is why.
But there's also 3 writers though. Michael Conrad could be good. We don't know.
Clunrad? That Conrad, the one that's with Becky Cloonan all the time.
Oh, I don't know. See, I don't pay attention to all the writers like that.
The ones that have been writing a really poor Wonder Woman recently.
And G. Willow Wilson surprised me in Poison Ivy.
Yeah, no, that is true. I have heard good things about her Poison Ivy.
Sam with Yara Flor with a bunch of hack talent. Pass. Hard pass.
Strange Academy would be
if I had to read a second book on this list, I would read Strange Academy.
I can't get it. I'm not a Scotty Young fan.
I like his stuff.
Why aren't you a Scotty Young fan?
I'm just not. I just can't get
anything right. I should say, why are you anti Scotty Young?
I'm not anti Scotty Young. I'm just saying I just can't get into anything rights.
Oh.
And also, Humberto Ramos' art's horrible.
I love his art. I think it's awesome.
We've had this conversation many times, me and Ash.
It works out really well with setting with like wild magic powers that are going on. I think his art style works really, really well for that type of book.
Yeah, his art used to be horrible.
Is Doctor Strange in this?
Not sure.
If you're basing off of like old school Humberto Ramos and that's how you imagine his art still is, then you're gonna be like, yeah, but he's way better.
I'm basing off his cover right now. That looks exactly like he did in a couple of years ago.
I don't know why you can say this cover looks horrible, but
There is no Doctor Strange in this. This looks mainly like it's got
Exactly. It's another reason I wouldn't get it.
Well, it's called
It
Strange
says Doctor
Academy.
Strange.
It's not called Doctor Strange. It's
Yeah,
called
right
he has a
here.
Strange
small
Academy.
Cameo.
he has a small
Doctor Strange.
cameo. Small cameo. What the heck?
No,
Why is he?
most of the teachers do. Most of the teachers have small.
Yeah, it's not
It's
called
called
Doctor
Strange-
Strange.
Yeah,
It's
that's
called
the Jed
Strange.
McKay
It's
book.
called Strange Academy.
Yeah,
You'd think he's got to be in the book more than just a little
just
bit.
like it's just like
about the.
it's just like Professor X is hardly ever in the X-Men books.
Well, they call
Yeah,
it X. Well, they call it X-Men. They don't. They don't. Yeah, but I guess.
Right, they call it X-Men. This is called Strange Academy. None.
And it's shit.
Yeah,
Whatever.
it's not. It's
Better
not
than
shit.
Lazarus Planet.
You're being prejudiced. Now, honestly,
Because I
I'm not
hate
a fan-
muties.
I'm not a fan of the book because
Dormammu is like
as much as
grandson.
I do think Scotty Young is talented. When I read Strange Academy, it wasn't painful, but it is too juvenile for me.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
I do not like the whole. We're trying to make X-Men meets Harry Potter. That's what this book felt like, and
I didn't even get the X-Men. I just
All
thought it
right,
was Marvel
kids.
Harry Potter.
Let's move on. We've been on this forever.
What do you mean? We've been on it for like 4 minutes.
So we all three of us picked wait, no.
Stargirl.
Yeah, we all picked Stargirl. And
Yep.
Quirks picked
Yeah.
Jimmy picked Doctor Strange because he doesn't like Jeff Johns.
Wow, Jimmy.
And what was Mariah's picked? And she
I don't
picks
know.
also Stargirl. So Stargirl is the
There
winner.
you go.
Iron Man was the winner, and Detective Comics was not the winner because
It was a tie, wasn't it?
no, because Jimmy picked
Oh
Superman.
no, because
he broke
Jimmy.
the tie.
Yeah.
So only
Superman,
me
Action
and Venkman
Comics.
appreciate the talent of Rom V. You guys
Oh, I
don't.
appreciate Ron B. I definitely appreciate Ron B. I just like
Like
Superman.
I said,
as a
this
character.
row, I'd just going straight for Venom, either Protector.
So
Fine too.
we're only gonna do 3 rows, but I just show the rest of them. Venom
Ninja
Lethal
Turtles,
Protector's
Jurassic
back.
Period.
David Michelini, 30 years late, 35. How many million years later is doing another Lethal Protector? Venkman
Well,
is super
and
excited
he's-
about it.
He did one last year. He's doing one this year.
All right.
Like I said, I'd rather get the older writers coming back and writing it than be forced to read the shit that they're doing right now with the characters.
So
J.M. DeMatteis is coming
don't
back for another
disagree. I don't
Spider-Man book.
disagree. If I sound disinterested, it's only because I didn't like the original Lethal Protector. So
Sure, but
I'm still bitter that they turned Venom tried to turn him into a good guy. But
in this, he's
Yeah.
eating bad guys.
Well, still, no. I mean, even still, I'm tired of. Like, I feel like there's way too many anti-heroes. You're gonna have a hero that does the whole no kill rule, and have the villains be the ones that kill people. You
Okay,
know, have
Avengers
Venom be a bad guy.
Zach would get Avengers Beyond. He loves it. Greg Land art.
also,
You know what? I haven't been hating the Derek Landy Avengers.
I'm also a
books.
little bitter that they messed up Donny Cates' Venom. Donny Cates,
Yeah.
Donny Cates resold Venom to me,
Mhm.
and then they went and did a bunch of bullshit. So I'm like, oh, so I either get Lethal Protector, which I never liked, or I get this nonsense Al Ewing, whatever. Like, I'm just like,
Was it a Ram V?
No, Ram V did Carnage.
But had that Ram V was on Venom too.
yes, he was
no, it's
because they
Brian-
split Venom
was
into
he?
2 things. Yeah, there's like 2 Venoms.
Okay.
Remember, because it's the
I
kid.
know.
It's Venom and his kid, and it was like,
Yeah. Well,
Well,
no, because Eddie isn't Venom anymore. It's
It's kids Venom.
Dylan. It's Dylan. That's Venom.
whatever, dumb,
Yeah,
dumb,
which
dumb,
is-
dumb,
And that's
dumb,
why
dumb.
you're seeing.
dumb.
That's why you're seeing Dylan in that Daredevil or not Daredevil, but the Deadpool book earlier up there. You saw up there.
Dumb, dumb,
That was-
dumb, dumb. And then Jimmy says he'd rather buy the book that I could get another issue under 2 years. I think he's trying to talk shit about Jeff Johns, but Stargirl's on
Whatever.
issue 5, Mr. Jimmy.
Get out of here, Jimmy.
What do you mean?
Oh.
You're getting Jeff Johns like every other week.
Yeah. There's Stargirl. There's JSA. He just did his Flashpoint Beyond miniseries.
He just
He's
did
been
the
churning out books.
Junkyard Joe. Junkyard Joe.
Junkyard
is like the
Joe?
best comic
Yeah.
on the shelves.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got his
Jimmy's
own
missing out.
universe
He's
coming
been
out.
too busy off in
Yeah.
the Doctor Who land. He doesn't understand.
Yeah. Come back to
Um,
the land of reality.
Ronnie says,
Dude,
I'm
then-
still salty that they're wasting a top tier writer on Venom instead of putting him on where he belongs, on Iron Man,
Mm.
the main book, or at least those gap issues.
Yeah,
where he
isn't it
just-
Ivan Reyes?
Man, see, this is I told you this is where Ronnie and I disagree because I thought she's gonna hate me for this. I thought Michelini was really mid on Iron Man. But I don't think mid is a bad thing. I think mid it just means average. I actually preferred Michelini on Amazing Spider-Man, and I wish he'd go back to Amazing Spider-Man. But what do I know?
Nothing at all.
Nothing. If it would make Ronnie happy, she's an Iron Man super fan, so I can respect that. X-Men Unforgiven, number
What?
1, whatever the
Yeah.
fuck that is. They're just constantly coming up with ways to try to sell X-Men number 1s. It seems like. Look! Oh, Tim Seeley! Superstar writer Tim Seeley.
I was
Alrighty.
intrigued when I saw it. I was intrigued because it's got the rainbow colors, and I was like, "Oh, I'll see who's writing it." And like, "Oh, it's Tim Seeley." And I quickly went back. I didn't want to look at it more.
I am more interested in this
Kelly
comic.
Thompson.
I would rather read this comic than that. And it's
Is it
not
a one
because
shot though?
it's not because I like Kelly Thompson or cartoon.
It is a one
stars.
shot. The Ninja Turtles surprised me as far as the Ninja Turtle Power Rangers. It's been like it's good, man. I'm not a Power Rangers fan as far as outside when I watched it when I was like 10 or 11. But like reading the comic with Ryan Parrott and then having the Ninja Turtles come
I
over,
was gonna
it's
say,
just Dan Moore.
you know why it's good? It's this Ryan Perrot's doing it.
Well, you got
It's
Dan Moore
Dan
doing
Moore
the
art. Yeah.
Well, and Dan
interior
Moore art
and
that
doesn't
too.
hurt.
but it's like I told Zach, you gotta get on this. It's got dinosaurs.
Hey man, dinosaurs are great, but remember, they're just one part of the Zach recipe. You gotta have Nazi bad guys, and you gotta have cheesecake.
You might get a Nazi here. Who
I mean,
knows?
is there if what's her name? If the
April's got-
pink Power Ranger is in there,
right there,
then
covers
You
it.
gotta
Dinosaur.
remember, Bankman, the quality of the talent on the book does not sell to Zach.
And also, yeah, the
You
original
can't
Pink Ranger
say,
is
look, it's got this writer and artist on it. He'll be like, what? I don't know. You gotta be like,
So
it's
the
got
original-
boobs and
that's-
Nazis, and he'll be like, oh,
the original.
oh, oh,
Hey,
oh.
so Zach, the original Pink Ranger's in there. She's in there. They even have Trini.
oh yeah, I like Trini.
So they have the original lineup from the original first season of Power Rangers. It's the original lineup. And now they're introducing an alternative world, version of where they basically like they're mutants, instead of
The
turning
team-
in.
By the way, this is who should be on X-Men right now. They should be handing Ryan Perrott X-Men with a writer of Dan Mora, an artist of Dan Mora's caliber. Or Dan Mora himself. This
Yeah.
Why is IDW able to do a comic with these two guys and Marvel can't get these guys on a book? I don't understand.
IDW is like, and their stock right now is so low. Like somebody on Twitter was like, somebody with enough money could buy them and do a hostile takeover with IDW with their stock price being what it is right now. Like
Yeah.
the fact that they can get this kind of caliber book out while Marvel is floundering with like a dozen X-Men titles blows my mind.
Yeah. Marvel just keeps reboot. Like, what the fuck? Who wants this Betsy Braddock Captain Britain book? No one.
Betsy
no one
Braddock
wants
is
this.
Psylocke.
Oh,
Captain Britain is not Betsy Braddock. I'm sorry. Betsy Braddock
by
is
Teenie
Psylocke.
Howard. It's on issue 2. You know why it's on issue 2? Because she was doing Excalibur and it sucked and no one bought it, so they had to cancel it. But they just relaunched with a different name on it because most comp buyers don't even pay attention to who does the books. Like Zach.
Right.
And they just
The
get
same-
the book and like, oh, this is gonna be good, and then it's like it's shit,
So
and
I
now I
wanna-
buy it, and this is gonna be rebooted in
Yep.
2 days.
To answer your question, who's reading this, who's buying it? The people who love the movie came out called Bottoms, where two girls, high school kids who want to lose their virginity, continue to go basically start a fight club only so they could try and seduce the cheerleaders.
What the heck are you talking about? Is that
It's
what
a-
this
it's-
book is?
No, but that's a movie came out. This recently came out, and it's getting a lot of high praise. It's called Bottoms. I think it's on Netflix. It is, and who helped produce it? Elizabeth Banks. Ugh. I
So
saw.
I'm
I
not
was,
seeing the connection.
well,
here's
no,
the
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that's the kind of idiots who are buying that book.
here's the comic that you need to put on your pull list. Mark Miller, Frank Quietly.
Quietly you gotta put it on your list quietly though.
Put it on your list quietly. Oh my goodness. Pepe Larraz variant. I do like Pepe Larraz, pretty good.
Yeah, he's a good artist.
I'm very
I
much
mean,
looking forward to this book. I think Mark Millar is putting out like multiple titles by himself. Like I just feel like
Yeah.
I don't even need Marvel or DC. I just buy Miller World stuff. It's
he's
all
like,
he's
I gotta
good.
I gotta reinvent Jupiter's Legacy.
It's nothing like Jupiter's Legacy. He wishes he could reinvent Jupiter's Legacy. He has not been able to recreate that magic.
I wish he could do it with a different artist besides Frank Quietly.
Oh, shut your mouth.
Yeah, there's a dream team right there. Mike McNola or Midnola, as Breen says.
This should be getting Jimmy's interest if he's still around.
Yeah.
Or is he a fake Hellboy fan who just talks a big game?
Is he a casual Hellboy fan?
Casual Hellboy fan, exactly.
Yeah, I agree with you, Marania. X-Men and Batman, they should all only have like 2 titles each.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we can actually get like something else going on. Like what happened to remember we had a Green Lantern Corps? And then you had Green Lantern?
Remember back
Like,
in
that
the
was
day
fine with
when they just had one title each?
Yeah, right? Well, there was one X-Men book.
One X-Men book.
No,
And it sold
you
3 times more than any other comic, so they didn't need
You
more.
had
Now,
X-
granted, you would have like the mini series with all the different individual.
They had
But-
one book that transformed into another book. It became Uncanny. Remember?
Jimmy says, if you
Wasn't it
call me a fake
X-Men-
Hellboy fan, I will unsub.
I didn't call you fake. I called you casual.
Yeah, we called you casual, not fake. But by the way,
Big difference. But
Well,
I don't
I'm
think
not
you
calling you anything. I'm just asking. I'm just seeing if you're going to put your money where your mouth is. Because here's a
my question is,
Hellboy. I'm not making you buy it.
no.
You don't have to buy the book. I don't know. I just here it is. Hellboy in Love.
I am curious though how many books because Mignola has been putting out a lot of Hellboy books recently. RIP
He
and
has
stuff.
been. Yeah.
I'm just
Did
curious.
he do that
if
Frankenstein book that you read? Did he do that?
working with the Tom Sanadsky. Yeah,
Yeah, Sadowski. Yeah.
yeah. He was.
He
Yeah, they
also-
worked there together.
He also has like people that work under him. So
hmm
Mike Mignola these days works a lot like a showrunner with his property. So like Christopher Golden is probably taking the lion's share.
Well,
Mike
they've been
Mignola
working
comes
together
up
for
with
a
a
while.
story idea and he's like, here you go.
Yeah.
So he can. My point is, that's probably how he can put out that kind of output.
Even Black Cat. Go back again.
Yeah, Breen already made that joke, Black Cat.
I know it. I'm bringing it back.
Yeah, you can't be copying Breen. I don't see.
Unbreakable Red Sonja for me because it's almost ending. I think it's got one more issue after this. That's the one where the time, where she's some
the little girl.
little Sonya, and
Yeah.
and something happened to little Sonya in the last issue, so it's like, oh my gosh. So,
Yeah.
time travel, Red Sonja, crazy.
Ooh.
Oh, DC Ruby. Now,
Lord have mercy.
so I saw they cast it because they're doing a live, right not a live, but an animated movie based off it. Natalia
Unfortunately, yeah.
Ann Lynn is going to be in there.
That means nothing to me.
Well, you ever watch Gifted?
Yeah, I remember Gifted.
She was one of the twins.
That still means nothing to me.
Just stuck her. It just sucks.
Yeah.
It just sucks because it sucks that they had to do it animated. Well, they couldn't just do it live action because she is hot.
Well,
it is.
Ruby has never been done anything like all of Ruby stuff is like that weird like
Oh,
CGI.
I read the first issue of Ruby, crossing over, or with Batman's in there.
DC, yeah.
Yeah, and Batman just kicked their asses. I love it.
Well,
I was like,
I'll Okay, that's fine. But
Like,
I lost interest with Ruby.
I,
Just
I,
like the main series Ruby
I don't.
lost my
I've
my
never,
interest.
I've never watched it. I just happened to read it. I was going there. I was like, the one girl came out of sword. He took her sword and then stabbed the other girl.
Why are we talking about
It's
Ruby?
like,
No one cares about Ruby.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
But
I
Zach
don't, I
does
don't.
care about this.
Zach, I don't mind it. He got the Catman Cat Girl. Why would he not get Rocket
Yeah.
Man Rocket?
Yeah, I'm getting the Rocket Man Rocket
It's
Girl. Yeah, the Catman
1940.
Catgirl one was the Catman and Kitten one, I think it was.
Yeah.
That was a really good one.
Nazis.
Nazi bad guys. It's got like that kind of like 50s, 60s vibe, like kind of campy. I mean, I like the last one. I expect to get the same feel good, fun time from this. Yeah, no, definitely.
Jacob Edgar, who
And
worked on the
it does
ones.
have Nazis in it.
I do like Jacob Edgar. I do like his art a lot. It's got almost like a Chris Samney vibe to it.
See, even Ben Riley down there says he's getting it.
There we go.
It's approved by Ben Riley.
There you go.
So there we go. This is I approve.
you go.
This is good old school comics.
Yeah.
Extra good. Ronnie says she wants 2 collections from DC, Arion the first series and Amethyst the series without the recent reboot. I wonder why you don't want the recent one.
Did they make her black?
Um,
Who knows?
Amethyst? No, it was the Brian Michael Bendis. Amethyst.
Did you see the recent title they had? These are failed titles they had for something that's killing children. It was originally called Something is Sniffing the Children.
Something is sniffing the children. I don't know,
Is that
but
the
this
Joe Biden comic?
Yeah, this looks stupid.
Donald
$5 for
Trump's
that shit.
super awesome American adventure.
Yeah, I saw that. That looked weird.
TDS trying to make a profit off it.
A
Not
work
for
of
sale. For money.
satire and fiction. Yay. All right. Someone might buy that. Not me.
Well, it is fiction. It's not nonfiction. So anything that's in here didn't happen.
I was hoping, like, I would like I like good funny Trump stuff. Like Tim Lim did Trump
Yeah,
Space Force. That
Walmart.
was he did Walmart too.
Oh,
Walmart was
the Space
Trump
Force.
Trump
I didn't
Space
read.
Force was really funny. Of course, it was Chuck Dixon writing it. But
Right.
Dawn in the Dark comes out this week too.
if
Yeah,
RDV was
Die in the
if
Dark.
RDV was a super fan, he would have it. But he's kind of.
I'm getting Myth and Legends, but no, I don't have even the first couple because my store doesn't carry those. I have to go order it off the website. And you can't see me. I'm not a super fan of it. I had Joe Corolla on it talking about it. I even had Aaron on there too. Aaron
You're not
Sparrow.
even paying attention. I was talking about Trump Space Force.
Where am I going to get that? You know how much
the
it's like it costs?
Store. It came out in the comic book store.
Where? I've never seen a comic book store, and if you find it anywhere, it's going to be.
I bought it off the shelf in the comic book store.
It's going to be like Common America.
No,
Common America's they're in brick and mortar stores.
I've never seen Trump Space Force.
Yeah, came out. It was
If it came out in 2016 when I wasn't reading comic books.
No, it came
might
out
have been in 5th. No, it was
that was a couple years ago.
I don't know.
I didn't start reading comics till like 2019.
No, it was definitely when you were reading comics.
Yeah.
It was probably a Kickstarter thing. Like I said, I did not know who Tim Lin was. I didn't get that Common America until later. No, I didn't.
Anyways, just trying to.
Don't
get all sensitive and butthurt about it. I was just trying to.
What's with you and butthurt? You always say it all the time. Butthurt.
Well, because my butt's hurt, and so.
Put some cream on it, and be fine. Then use a Hellboy. Wipe it. Exactly. I wouldn't put Hellboy on me either. Ugh. What is Archie Jumbo? See, I always I'm like, is these reprints of collecting or are these new stories? Like, if they were older stories, just being recollected, reprinted. Like, I would like, dude, I'd be like, yeah, kind of like the Walking Dead Deluxe. That's what I always thought that Archie was, but they're putting news stories in there. I'm like, I really don't want the news stories. The whole point of Archie is to get the old stuff.
Yeah, you want the old Archie stuff for sure. But some people, I don't know, they buy Archie.
Mariah's asking a question, Zach. Was Catman's kitten male or female? If female, they gender swap because the original kitten was a Robin equivalent.
I want to say it was a boy. I could be incorrect though. It has been a minute since I read it. I want to say it
Was
was.
he having sex with the kitten?
No.
Oh, yeah. So then it was a girl. See what I did there, Robin?
I seem to
Batman.
remember it being a girl.
I could be wrong. I could be right. It has been a while since I read it, and I've read so much in the last month,
Yeah,
and I've just had so much going
that
on.
is
I don't remember.
If that's
but-
a boy. Oh,
It absolutely was a girl, because otherwise Zach wouldn't have bought it.
That's not true. I bought it just because I thought Catman was like an earlier like golden age
Mhm.
hero and
Right.
wanted like.
Like Power
Oh,
Girl.
okay.
well, it's Jeff Barker, Batman in '66. So
Anyways, it looks like a cool book. I'm with Zach. I like the old 40s style.
the recent reboot
Yeah.
was tumble art and writing. Worse than Bendis' Legion of Superheroes in both art and writing. She says.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I think she's talking about Catman and Kitten.
What? The art was nice. What are you talking about? The interior.
I'm assuming because it's right after her comment about that, so I'm not sure because we do jump a mile a minute from subjects.
I missed her comment.
I
It was
don't
it was
know,
a it was
but
a
those
delightful.
are the comics that are coming out this week. And my pull
Now,
list
now
is
what-
right here. It's huge. You can see I'm getting a
Huge.
ton of books.
So we saw the comics are coming out, but which characters are coming out this week?
Characters?
Coming out.
Oh, Maranya was talking about Amethyst,
Oh.
not Catman.
Oh, okay. You don't get it?
Yeah, I
Characters
don't know if
coming out?
Amethyst was worse than Legion.
You know, one of these days we'll have to do a show like this, on Samurai Dog issue 4. And but it's only a hopeful dream that I can get Ash to read that book. He'll never be as cool as I am. I've read 1 through 4.
If I had known you were reading Samurai Doggy, I'd add it to it. We'll do Samurai Doggy next time.
I told you last time. We actually was on the last time. We were supposed to do Nemesis and Samurai Doggy. And then you got sick or something. One of the last 2 times we canceled. Well, that's what it was.
Well,
Yeah.
I will
We-
happily add Samurai Doggy to the list here.
Yeah. Samurai Doggy number 4, because I want to see your gut reaction to that. I want, like, literally, I want you to read it while we're on here and have your camera on, so I can see your face and to see your how it's just like, oh my god, my heart. I want to see. It is a really good issue.
All really
That's the
good
minute you
issues.
saw. It's like Ralph when Lee's like Bart's like he pinpointed where his heart exploded. When Lisa turned it down.
8 billion genies is about to wrap up. Have you been continuing with that series?
Is this issue 8? I think I'm at
Yeah.
issue 6.
Yeah.
I gotta read more issue.
That's a good series. I think Zach would like it too. Here is a Josh Williamson book that Zach's not buying.
Undead Quinn is reading it though. You should have him on.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
he
we could.
is.
We could get Undead Quinn, replace Zach. Just
I'm
kidding.
very replaceable.
Just kidding.
I'm not. No, I'm just kidding.
Here's sexy females that
Wait,
normally you would
they-
think would get Zach to buy the book.
wait, there's
but-
naked angels in this?
Maybe. I haven't read this.
Hold on
issue.
a second. I need to go check out this book. I'll need 5 minutes at least alone, guys.
All of a sudden, Bankman became interested. Oh yeah, here's the other the book that I was saying, Ancient Enemies, Wraith and Son. So
It's Taskmaster with Captain America shield.
check out who the artist is.
That's one of the artists.
Jose Luis Garcia Lopez.
If he's not the main artist, no one cares. Looks like Trinidade's doing the inking then. I only going to say inking then. It's just so weird.
It's art by Jose Luis and Jonas Trinidad. Or Trindade, or however you pronounce it.
He's the long lost Jonas brother.
Whatever, I don't care. Jose Luis Garcia Lopez is on a book. I'm excited. I'm gonna give this stuff a try because Marvel and DC are dropping the ball, man. And if Frank Miller can pick it up and run, that'll just be more reason to praise him.
Imagine if your parents named you Jonas. Jonas, come here, son. Jonas. I'm sorry.
All right, that's it. Everyone's excited about my new picks because I'm the only one that buys them.
Every time I see that cover in BRZRKR, I keep thinking she's in the Winter Olympics. She's part of the luge team.
What books are we gonna do next week? Because you're not well, you might be reading Ambassadors. I don't know, but you're definitely not reading Ancient Enemies.
Ambassadors. Let me look here. The books I got coming out.
I guess we could add Samurai Doggy.
Samurai Dog is one of them. Yes, do that.
So we'll do Samurai Doggy.
And then
what about Zach? Zach seems to be a regular party crasher now. What do you want? Do you want to participate, Zach? What books are you reading?
You mean like indie books? I assume we're talking about indie books.
And we're talking about books that are we all on the same Venn diagram. Crossover books.
Well, Junkyard Joe. I know we're all reading Junkyard Joe.
Yeah.
If you guys get Hawk the Slayer trade, we could cover that.
I don't even see. I am planning to get Ambassadors number 1.
Right.
So I mean, there will be that.
There we go.
But yeah, other than that, this week I don't see anything else really.
Ash, you should get on the Joe Fix-It train.
Nope.
I actually want to talk to you guys about Nightwalkers. I know you're not reading that though. That's been a fun book.
But I cannot even guarantee that I'll be here on Monday. I don't know. I'm moving this weekend, and I don't know if I'm gonna have internet set up in time or not. But I will try to. But we're gonna see how that goes.
Yeah, dealing with that internet's tough.
Are you not reading Detective?
No, I'm reading Detective.
No, I meant Ash.
I've gotten behind. I gotta borrow your issues.
How far behind are you?
I'm probably a story arc behind.
It's been good. I've been liking Detective. The last couple of issues have been really solid.
Yeah.
All right, kids. Well, we're going to sign off here. Thank you for those of you who waited this long. Jimmy says, if you watch my new video, no, I have not. Sorry, Jimmy.
It's a good video, Jimmy. I saw it.
I will try to get around to it. I just haven't got around to it yet.
Apologize. Next week, we are going to be talking about the Women of Marvel, #1.
Oh my god!
But tomorrow we're doing we're going to have the reading club. I don't think Zach will make it because he found better things to do. But we'll be covering Paradiso by Ram V, the first trade, which is only 4 issues.
Yeah.
And if you're interested in joining the reading club, it's on my Discord. It's really just a way to encourage people to like read comics, try new comics, maybe something that's a little out of your wheelhouse, but nothing trash. We're definitely trying to avoid any like mid comics or bad comics. We're really trying to read something that's a little bit more closer to the exceptional side, and we're trying to get something that's not necessarily new, but new to us, and just so that we can, just read more comics and share about it. So we talk about it on the Discord. We get on voice chat, and it's just like a book club. And we every 2 weeks on Tuesdays, and it takes place after the Geeky Puppet Show, which
should be around, I want to say 9:15 Central. If we go longest, because we start at 8 p.m. Central.
Yeah, it depends on how long the show runs over there. There's no 100% fixed start time, but we're not going to start. We're not going to start earlier than 7:30 Pacific.
we are ending earlier because Zach says he complains he has to leave and go play RPG game.
When did
Oh, is
I
he flaking out on that
complain?
channel too now? Jeez,
So
Morania's
so
powers.
so we used to go an hour and a half, but now like last week we only went for like 57 minutes.
Man, Morania has
Yeah, that
really
was like
pulled.
that was a good thing though that we went 57. I thought, like, I don't know, I thought it was a good thing,
Yeah,
but
yeah. Uh-huh.
Right.
I didn't complain.
Any fans of the Geeky Puppet Show? Screw you. He has more important things to do. I love comics.
So if you hate the Geeky Puppet Show and you hate us, but you love Zach, and you can go watch him play Marvel superheroes run by Morania over on the Distinguished Competitions channel.
Distinguished competition.
Um, man. Oh,
Woman.
man. I was just thinking. No. I was thinking. I was like, I normally we do the reading club on Tuesdays, but man, if we could start talking about Rabbit Hole with Kuiper Sutherland, there's 2 episodes out.
Kiefer Sutherland.
Who gives a shit, dude? You know
Who's
what I'm talking about.
Kiefer? Who's Kiefer Sutherland?
I spell your name with CK.
I've
No,
never heard of this. I didn't even know he had a new show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a new show. I was just reminded about it actually the other day. It popped up on
it's kind of like
Twitter or
24 in
something.
a similar sense.
It's
Yeah, it
like
looks really
24.
interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty much almost like 24.
Yeah, it's like a spy drama thriller type deal.
He's caught in the middle of it.
Like it's not 24 like a sequel to 24. It just feels like it's in that same genre.
Huh. All right.
Yeah, it's on Paramount Plus. It says the description. It says nothing is what it seems when John Ware, a master of deception in the world of corporate espionage, is framed for murder by powerful forces with the ability to influence and control populations.
Where do you find this show?
It's on
Paramount
Paramount
Plus, I think.
Plus,
I don't have Paramount
or
Plus.
it says you can also watch it with a premium subscription of Amazon Prime. It's also showing it. It's all also watch free now on Roku channel. So you can always borrow my copy too, bro. We can stream together.
If you're streaming it, I don't have you don't have a copy to loan.
You can watch together if you want to. Watch party.
Watch party. You said it's on Prime Video.
Like, yeah, it's supposed to be on Prime Video.
What's it called again?
Rabbit Hole. You guys see that his real name is Ash 1138. Crap. What government facility are you from?
It's 1138. Like the cell block on the Death Star.
Yeah. TV series. Yeah.
Rabbit Hole season 1. Yeah, the cover does look kind of 24-ish on the cover.
Yeah, so they have episode 1 and 2.
Mm.
But yeah, second one's for Paramount, but you can watch the first pilot on
All right, maybe I'll watch the pilot. I don't have Paramount Plus, so if it's one of those things like there was another show that was like that where it's like you could watch a couple episodes on Prime, but then you had to subscribe.
Yeah, I remember those.
There's always Pixel. We can always just beat him up for his password if you want to go the legit way.
I was gonna give Zach. I was gonna offer you my password to my Voodoo account so you could watch John Wick, but then you were like, I actually own the movies. I just don't watch them. I was like, oh, it's even worse.
He's like, they're right next to me, still sealed.
Yeah. Oh, they're not sealed. I took it out of the shrink wrap, but actually they're about to go into a box. I'm about to pack up all my stuff. So.
Oh my God, they're gonna end up like Ash's Walking Dead books.
He might actually watch them because when he moves and he doesn't have internet and he's bored and can't do anything, he might actually be like, well, I guess I'll pop in the movies and watch them.
You know what it is? He's like, I don't feel like hooking up my TV. He's like, come on, I'll just read my books.
Oh, then you could catch up on some books. You can read
Yeah.
Paradiso even though you're not gonna be with us.
It is on the. I am trying to get more Ram V. Man, I'm trying to read more Brubaker. I'm trying to read more Ram V. There's so many things I'm trying to read. To
Right.
soak it all in.
It can be tough. I totally get it. You get overwhelmed. Jimmy
Yeah.
wants to know if we're gonna go on Discord. I think it's too late to go on Discord, to be honest.
Tonight, yeah,
Tonight.
I'm about wiped. I've got to be up at 9. I'm barely gonna get like 5 or 6 hours sleep in.
Yeah, but I would like to actually in the future. Thank you for asking, Jimmy. Make the shows wrap up a little earlier and then continue this kind of bullshit talk on the Discord. But that's just the way that it is. We're just sitting here. We're just a bunch of friends talking about comics and movies and junk and making fun of Zach because otherwise they'll make fun of me. So gotta have a scapegoat. So
I'm glad to take the bullet for you.
thanks, man. That's why you're the bestie. So Jimmy's
Wow.
like, "What the fuck, guys?"
I'm
Guess
glad
we
to fire the
disappointed
bullet
him.
for you.
We disappointed him.
Zach's
It's
willing
that
to take the
central.
bullet for you, and I'm willing to take the shot.
You're willing to shoot the bullet at me that Zach will take.
Yes.
Nice. All right. I guess at least we all have a role to play. So that's it. So join these two guys tomorrow on the Geeky Puppa Show. I believe it starts at
8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain Time for Jimmy, at 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern.
where they talk
It
about their
is.
upcoming comics of the week that they're most excited for. And it's a participatory, so it's a very chat oriented. You can come in, share your comics that you're most excited for as well. And it's a lot of fun. And then afterwards, for those who like to actually read comics or just to hear other people talk about them, you're welcome to come on my Discord. We're going to be talking about Paradiso issues 1 through 4. And then in 2 more weeks, we'll continue with 5 through 8. And then we're going to be moving on to another book. And that's about it. So, oh, and there's a Marvel comic thing going on over somewhere else too. But that's the way that it goes. Thank you so much for being here, Marania, Jimmy, whoever here else is late. Get some rest. Get your beauty sleep. Avoid the coof. And
I'm sorry. Are you Jimmy? You're offended that it's your Pacific time. I called you Mountain Time. Oh my God, is that like an insult to call you Mountain Time? My bad.
Calm down. Nothing. He was just letting you know.
The dots after it. I'm Pacific RDV. ...
All right. We're all getting cranky. It's late. So it's time to go. Say goodnight, kids.
Good night, kids.
Good night.